Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Swordsman Deku had a mini harem? MHA x One Piece, Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Son of the Greatest Swordsman by Stillwell 03. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku Pav. After my talk with Ojiro about Shinso, I started heading to the waiting area for my match against the alleged brainwashing quirk user. While sitting, Tashigi came in with some bandages on her. "You're up and moving around again? That's good," she seemed kinda mad. But then again, she lost to me in front of everyone. That probably wasn't something she'd like to show. "Thank you." "Excuse me?" She held a look as if she was rather irritated saying it. "I asked to face you and you didn't go easy on me, showing why you've become the Green Demon of Mustafar. So as one swordsman to another, thank you." She bowed at me with a smile coming on my face. "It truly was a pleasure fighting you, Marine Captain Tashigi. I was called for my match after this to head down towards the stadium." "Alright folks, time for the first official match of the third event." Everyone cheered while I walked up to the stadium. On my left, we've got the swordsman who's made a splash beating a Marine Captain already. Class A's Izuku Midoriya. I looked up to the stands to see Tashigi sit down besides Mr. Smoker and a group of people that looked kinda out of place. Where do I know them from? And on my right, we've got a guy that came in like a mystery. Class C's Hitoshi Shinso. Could you believe that idiot monkey, giving up a chance like this? Begin. He's got to be the dumbest person I've met. I ignored Shinso's mind games to charge at him, punching his gut to send him back. He was slammed into the wall with everyone speechless. Honor isn't stupid. It becomes a pain in the ass sometimes holding, but I'd do the same thing if I was in Ojiro's shoes. Learning discipline is never a bad thing. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. The crowd cheered as I picked Shinso up to bring towards Recovery Girl's office. Unbelievable, folks. Was that his quirk? No, that was pure strength alone, Mike. Hawkeye mentions this for a bit of satisfaction to be on my face. Once Shinso was dropped off, I began making my way to the sitting area before noticing a giant glacier in the arena. The hell did I miss? Todoroki freezing everything, including soy sauce face. Ochako and Kachin mentioned this with the sight of the bicolored guy holding a pained expression on him. Why do I feel like the guy's daddy issues are to blame for this? I sat patiently between Ochako and Momo with Sue sitting behind me for some reason until the matches started up again. It took some time for the ice to be cleared, but the matches continued right after. The next match was Kaminari against a girl called Shiozaki. This was a quick one with the imbecile frying himself and being thrown out of the stadium. Match 4 started shortly after with Itsuka walking over for me to give a kiss good luck before running to get on the field. One third person Pav. Alright folks, time for the fourth match of the first round. The crowd went crazy as the two competitors walked in. On my left, we've got the younger brother of Ingenium, Class A's Tenya Iida, and on my right, we've got the handy big sister herself, Class B's Itsuka Kendo. Both prepared for the fight by taking their respected stances. Begin. Iida immediately charged at Itsuka with her ready. She grew her hand to twice her size before swatting Iida near the edge of the rim. He stopped himself right before being out of bounds to attempt an all-or-nothing move. Recipro burst. He charged again for the orange-haired girl to grab and toss him behind her. The act made Iida fall out of bounds for Midnight to call it. Iida is out of bounds. Kendo wins. Everyone cheered with Izuku having a smirk on his face. He noticed Itsuka look his way before blowing a kiss to put a smile on the young swordsman's face. Rounds continued with Ashido winning hers by a landslide against Aoyama, along with Momo unfortunately losing to Tokiyami, who outwitted her in a sense. 14 after a draw with Kirishima and Tetsu, Ochako and Bakugo walked to the waiting area not exactly proud they had to face each other. They weren't exactly friends, but they respected one another, with the ash blonde not being a fan of hurting his friend's girlfriend. Once they left, Izuku turned his face to one of absolute hatred. He felt pure rage knowing his girlfriend and best friend were fighting. "Izuku, you're not gonna go postal on Bakugo or something, are you?" Itsuka asked this while looking over the border, noticing a look she doesn't see on Izuku unless he's clearly pissed. "I'll manage." They both heard a laugh and noticed an arrogant blonde stick his head up near Itsuka. If I was you, I'd worry about how Class B will wipe the floor with you Class A swine. If I were you Monoma, I'd worry more about them kicking me out of the hero course. Unlike most of us, your class didn't have many that made it to the third event. 2 of them were also substitutes for one of yours and one of my classmates' original contenders. So if I was in your shoes, I'd shut up and watch learning where I could do better. Izuku sat calmly down as Itsuka jumped over to sit on Izuku's lap content where she was only adding fuel to the already fuming fire in Monoma right now. 2. Alright ladies and gents, time for the final match of the first round. On my left, we've got the lady that makes your troubles float away. Class A's Ochako Uraraka, and on my right, the explosive boy with a quirk that matches. Class A's Katsuki Bakugo. I'm gonna say this once Uraraka, I'm not a fan of doing this. So if you wanna back out now, do it. I'm not gonna pull punches cause you're a girl or Deku's girlfriend. Ochako got in a fighting stance before taking a deep breath in to steel her nerves. If I turn back, that means I'm giving up on what I want to achieve. Begin. Ochako ran at Bakugo keeping her eyes locked on his face. Right hook. She heard this from his mind to dodge. Left direct attack. The brunette heard this second attack, but couldn't physically evade. She slid back before charging back. Left frontal with my right in weight. Preparing for Bakugo's next attack. Ochako jumped up to grab his palm with 4 of her 5 fingers only seeing the second arm directly at her face. Knowing she couldn't avoid this, Ochako used her hand to spring her away and only get part of her shoulder singe. Whoa ladies and gents, Uraraka is holding her own with Bakugo. Must be her own form of martial arts that is keeping her close and personal. Hawkeye watched carefully with Aizawa slightly impressed as well. This girl's pretty good. Smoker was slightly impressed watching Ochako fight. She seems to have a similar fighting style as Midoriya. Toshigi points this out as they watched the brunette take an explosion to the face. That bastard. Sanji got up in anger seeing Bakugo do this to Ochako. How dare he harm a lady? Nami knocks him in the gut before pointing at the stands for the students in the hero course. I'm sure that guy is more pissed. They look to notice green lighting in the stands that was concerning several. You okay Midoriya? Kaminari asks this with several looking at the blonde thinking it was the dumbest thing he could say. Why would I? He turned his eye to Kaminari with his hawk eyes spooking him. Izuku turned back to the fight to see Ochako get another blast to land on her before charging back to Bakugo. 6. Stay down round face, I don't like hurting you. Bakugo sent another explosion at Ochako with her diverting the hand getting inside. She sent a kick to his torso before it was caught to flip her. Gaining back mobility, Ochako attempts to land the fall with gaining some distance. The brunette takes her zip-up uniform off hoping to detain Bakugo's hands. This sadly didn't work as all it did was singe her top half of the outfit beyond repair. Come on Ochako, think. They continued fighting with Bakugo's speed keeping up with her depleting agility. Looks like Uraraka's in a pinch. Will this be the end of her long-fought run? I've got you now. Ochako reached for Bakugo's chest to plant all 5 fingers on him with an explosion happening right in her face. She lost hearing for a moment and some sight with only the feeling of the ground being behind her as she fell on the cement floor. And Uraraka's down. Can she get back up? Ochako struggled to get up while showing burns on her face with a little blood. Just stay down Uraraka. You're not gonna win. Ignoring her friend's words, Ochako kept standing up remembering why she wanted to be a hero. Her love for everything her parents did for Ochako when she was a young girl played in her head. Even when she wanted to help them, her family wanted Ochako to live her dream no matter what. I can't lose. If I lose, I can't help my family. She was on the verge of collapsing while looking at Bakugo with a fire in her eyes. Even if I can't keep going, I'm going to win this. I'll win this and be like Izuku. She went back at Bakugo again taking any blast he made hoping to get towards him. He kept backing up concerned of how determined Ochako was. He neared the edge of the ring with no stop from the brunette. He was about to dodge, but stopped midway seeing something. Ochako stopped centimeters away from touching the ash blonde's chest before showing she was unconscious. Midnight walked over seeing what happened to call it there. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo is the winner. Not many cheered with Ochako's resolve to win, even shaking the explosion user. She took blast after blast in the last stride, with it not knocking the brunette back. Bakugo might have won, but he could have lost as easily if Ochako was able to stay conscious even a minute longer. One Izuku, Itsuka, and Momo got up to head over to make sure Ochako was okay. On their way, they passed Bakugo, who wasn't in a happy mood. Deku. Izuku turned to his friend, who was a little pale and shaken up. Uraraka. She's nuts. Nobody was sure what he meant before adding to it. She literally went in knowing she wouldn't win and still took everything I shot at her. Either she was tougher than I thought, or she's just as bad shit crazy as you. Izuku turned to the empty hall before answering. We hang out with you, so all of us are bound to be a little nuts to deal with your rants regularly. They ran off with the ash blonde peeved, but profoundly impressed. She's a tough girl, Deku. Make sure she knows that. They got into the nurse's office to see Ochako finishing up there. Ochako, are you okay? Yeah, just kinda passed out at the last second. She was rather upbeat, all things considered, but I was so close. If I could have beaten Bakugo, I had a chance of fighting you or Itsuka. Ochako groaned while shaking her arm a little in agitation. Izuku walked over to sit beside her, giving a hug. You did a great job. That last-ditch effort scared even Kachin, so don't be so worried. I'll whoop his ass in your place. Ochako smiled before feeling two sets of arms join Izuku's. That is, if you beat me, Izuku. I'm not holding back against you. I'd like to see you try. They had a good laugh before heading over to the waiting room to relax until the young swordsman had to leave. As he walked out, Endeavor was seen walking over to him. You're that kid with swords, aren't you? Yes. Izuku attempted to walk away with the flame hero blocking his path. I have a proposition for you. I need Shoto to release his fire half and rid himself of this rebellious phase. These words irritated Izuku, knowing they came from Todoroki's own father's mouth. I plan to make him use it on me, but not because of some rebellious phase, as you call it. I want to prove I can beat him at his best. Izuku walked away with Endeavor being irritated by this comment. Quite the arrogant one, aren't you? I'm only arrogant when I know I'd win. Now I understand that man's anger. If that was the type of father I had growing up, I would reject myself as well. But that doesn't mean I'll be content with your half-ass performance, Todoroki. Alright folks, time for the first match of the second round. On one side, we've got the swordsman of Ua, Class A's Izuku Midoriya. And on the other side, he's the son of the number 2 pro hero. Class A's Shoto Todoroki. Everyone cheered with Izuku tying his swords shut. I'm going to say this once, Todoroki, use everything against me. If you don't, I will not draw my swords. Begin. Todoroki started by sending a barrage of ice at Izuku. He channeled OFA in his hand at 8% to slice and shatter the incoming glacier. What? I rarely use my quirk. The only times I will is when I'm not the sole benefactor of it. Even if you'd use half your power, I'd still be able to beat you with just this quirk. Todoroki didn't believe him and began attacking again. As with the first, this ice barrage was sliced and shattered with OFA. However, Izuku charged at the bicolored man, giving a solid punch to his stomach before giving an open-face slam to Todoroki's face. Do you know how many years I practiced swordsmanship and martial arts? How long it took me to become gifted in it? This comment confused Todoroki as Izuku explained. 15 years for martial arts, 14 years of swordsmanship, and countless hours of brutal and bloody training. Todoroki came at Izuku with another blast of ice for Izuku to dodge by heading to his left side to kick his waist. I had worked for years to just be at the same level as everyone else, and they still thought I was weak. I worked hard to be WHOIAM and AM happy for it. I met people WHO were happy I came into their lives. So when I see the likes of you, WHO was born with everything given to you on a silver platter, half-assed when we all are giving it our all. Nothing fills me with more rage than that. Todoroki made a side platform for him to slide on and get behind Izuku. This was only met with the greenette shattering it with his fist that had no OFA channeled through it, making some cuts be shown on Izuku's hand. 11. Do you understand it yet, Todoroki? You're not gonna win like this. Izuku grabbed his classmate's shirt before headbutting his forehead, making the entire audience shiver at the hard smack heard between them. So what, your dad is an ass? so what you were made solely to surpass all might. That means jack shit right now. Izuku threw Todoroki back with blood trickling down both their heads. If giving half your best is all you can do, get out of here right now and find a new career to follow. Heroes don't give half of what they can do and think it's enough to save people or stop villains. These words shook everyone to their core. But they forced a memory of Todoroki's past to be remembered. When he was sad and afraid of becoming his father, his mom told him that he's not a slave to his lineage and that he can be whatever he wants to be. What is it you want, Todoroki? What do you want to be? Izuku's question was answered with a shaky reply. I want to be a hero. For Todoroki's left side went ablaze as the crowd freaked at this. That kid can use ice and fire. Smoker was a tad shocked, with many of the Straw Hats surprised as well. Yes, Shoto. Have you finally accepted your purpose? Endeavor began walking down the benches with Todoroki straight up ignoring his father. So you've finally shown your true power. Izuku started untying his swords to pull them out. Now the real fight can begin. Don't blame me if you get hurt. A large amount of ice came at Izuku, with him using full cowl to jump up and charge at Todoroki. In the act, Izuku channeled OFA into his swords, remembering the feel of during the USJ before sending 2 slashes of air pressure at Todoroki. Meanwhile, the fire and ice quirk user sent a blast of scalding hot fire to collide. In an attempt to stop these attacks from landing, Cementos and Midnight attempted to stop this themselves, with the two making contact nonetheless. Inside Todoroki's mind, he began to realize why Izuku did what he did. All this was because you wanted to help me understand this. Midoriya, thank you. A massive explosion happened to force everyone into their seats and both pros on the field to be thrown back. Once the shockwave from the attacks stopped, everyone had to wait a minute until the smoke died down to find out what happened. On one side, a contestant was seen in a wall. This was Todoroki, with the top half of his uniform cut with an X through it. Izuku was then able to be seen right at the edge of the line in a stance with the back of his swords facing him, stating the greenette used the back of the blades to attack. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya wins and advances. Everyone cheered, with several amazed at what just happened. That was just insane. Damn Deku, I'm gonna enjoy the finals now. Bakugo smirked as Itsuka got up. Where are you going? Shiozaki asked for her to answer. We're next, so I'm heading down to get ready. She opened a long carrying bag. She had to reveal a weapon Itsuka planned to use. 6. I had not known you were able to use weapons. Oh, I can do a lot more than just use a Naginata Shiozaki. You'll see when we fight. 15 Flashback 13 years ago, Itsuka Pav. Hey Izuku, have you ever heard of this guy Ed Newgate? Izuku thought while practicing his swordsmanship before answering. No, who is he? He's this super strong guy that held the title of strongest person in the world. He was so strong, the Marines were afraid to fight him. I think Hawkeye even was scared of him. No way, Hawkeye isn't afraid of anyone. It's the truth though, he was super strong. He stopped entirely to begin sitting down. If he was so strong, why is this the first time I'm hearing his name? I held my head down while answering. He died, but the way he did was super cool and the best way to go if you're a pirate. I brought him over to the side where I had my mommy's phone charged to show him the video I found. To say Izuku thought it was amazing is the easiest way to say it. 5-3. So what's so special about him that's getting you this excited? Because I want to be like him when I grow up. The strongest in the world. Izuku smiled before noticing something in the video. If you want to be just like him, then you may want to find out about this weapon. I think Sensei called it something with an in. Nagi something. I tried to remember the name before Izuku got up. So we've both got high goals we want to reach. He put his fist out for me to do a fist bump with him. Hope we get to reach our dreams. But no matter what, we always help each other. Right. Back to present. Third person Pav. Alright ladies and gents, time for the second match of the second round. Itsuka and Shiozaki got on the stadium ring with the orange-haired girl resting her weapon on her right shoulder. On my left, we've got the weight. Is she holding a weapon? She placed the correct paperwork in. She had just chosen to reveal it now. Okay then. We've got Itsuka Kendo of Class B, and on my right, the Holy Woman of Vines, Class B Zabara Shiozaki. Itsuka had gotten in a fighting stance with her Naginata held back behind her. Begin. In one go. Shiozaki began sending vines at the big fist quirk user for her to only slice them as if they were nothing. Now let's keep the momentum going. She charged in at Shiozaki, slicing vine after vine while alternating which hand held her weapon as the dominant. Unbelievable, folks. Kendo is taking down every vine like it's nothing. Everyone was rather impressed with Hawkeye and Jinbei watching, gaining a little more interest in Itsuka. Once she was in swinging range, Itsuka sliced off the last of Shiozaki's vines in the ground before holding her naginata to the vine woman's neck. Do you give up? Shiozaki nodded while being extremely scared, having the weapon so close to her neck. Shiozaki forfeits. Kendo wins. The crowd cheered with Itsuka pulling her weapon back before trying to cheer up her classmate. It's not that bad. You gave it your all, so don't be so ashamed. She patted Shiozaki's back and gave a smile for the vine quirk user to smile a little as well. Meanwhile, Izuku looked down at the field with some interest before meeting Itsuka's eyes. She smiled before blowing a kiss to Izuku for him to smile even more. Something tells me you liked seeing that. Bakugo poked fun at Izuku for him to brush it off and be as blunt as possible. Can't help it, I found that show kinda sexy of Itsuka to do. Everyone looked at Izuku kinda strange before he noticed their looks as well. What, can't a man think something one of his girlfriends do is sexy? Izuku hentai. Ochako and Momo say in unison. 21 times skip to the third round. The next few rounds had fanned out rather normal in what Izuku planned. Ashido had lost to Tokiyami after being put in a panic, and Bakugo won against Kirishima, who was a bad matchup with him mainly due to the fact he could become more dangerous the longer a battle progresses as opposed to his redhead classmate who was the opposite. Now that it came down to the 4 finalists, Izuku and Itsuka could finally face each other. Well, guess it's you and me. The two started walking down the hall preparing to fight each other. Yeah. You're gonna use both your quirk and swords, or just your swords? Haven't decided yet. What are you gonna do? Itsuka looked at her hand before answering. I want to win with my skill alone against you. So I may not use my quirk. Izuku smiled at this before answering. Then I'm only going to use my swords as well. Both stopped with Itsuka looking directly at Izuku. I want you to know, I always admired your skill and envied it. You envied me? When you came to the dojo, you put probably the most amount of effort compared to everyone else. You had ambition from the start and I envied that. You became the strongest in the dojo and even went so far as to become a swordsman. No matter how high you became, you kept reaching higher. It's kinda one of the reasons I kept my eye on and eventually fell in love with you. Izuku blushed a little as they were being called. How about we make a deal? The person who wins has to do one thing the loser says regardless. Sounds fair. Both shook before walking to the area they had to before being called out. Alright ladies and gents, time for the first semifinals. On my left, he's taken this festival by storm with only his swords, Class A's Izuku Midoriya. Izuku walked out, beginning to stretch his arms. And on my right, she's the woman WHO just shocked us all with her naginata. Class B's Itsuka Kendo. Both bowed at each other as a form of respect before Mike screamed for them to start. Begin. Izuku pulled his swords out to charge at Itsuka. He went for a downward slash with it being blocked by the orange-haired girl's blade. Izuku pulled back to strike below with one to have it blocked again before trying to hit from above with his second to only have the attack hit the staff. Itsuka spun the weapon to get Izuku off balance before going for a thrust to Izuku's chest. This was evaded however, with Izuku continuing his onslaught at a faster rate, keeping Itsuka on her toes. Oh man folks, this fight just came into a battle just like the halftime show. Izuku and Itsuka continued their onslaught with one another before pulling back for a little breather from their fight. Pant, I gotta admit Izuku, this is fun. Izuku started to laugh before holding his blades in a cross slice. He came at Itsuka with his blades preparing to hit her head on, with the orange-haired woman pulling her naginata back to charge. Stampede strike. Both the tip of Itsuka's weapon and the sides of Izuku's blades connected to send a bit of wind towards the people in the front row of the audience. Both were fighting for dominance, waiting for the other to show a bit of weakness. Unbelievable. These two are amazing. Toshigi watched dumbfounded that another powerful person was part of UA's first years that honored the way of the sword. Her technique is similar to someone, but I can't tell who. Smoke blew a bit of smoke out while watching, fascinated about what was happening. 8 both came back with each other feeling the effects of going toe-to-toe with one another. Time to get serious, love. I couldn't agree with you more. Itsuka went back in her stance before charging to send attack after attack at Izuku for him to parry and strike and be countered by Itsuka doing the same exact thing. Everyone watched for 5 solid minutes as it looked like flashes of light were around them from the speed in which they were going. Oh snap, I can't see a thing. Mike tried to see past what was happening to only have Hawkeye grab the mic to explain. These two are moving at speeds in which the normal human eye can't see. Unless you are able to see things in a more heightened sense, you will not see what is going on. But as far as I can tell, both are almost on par with one another. The only reason Midoriya is not able to defeat her at the moment is because of his fatigue he had gained from constantly battling without rest. Though Kendo had also fought with less rest, she had at the very least the break between the last event and this one where she could regain some stamina. Both pulled back before showing a few cuts on their arms and 1 or 2 on their cheeks. I gotta admit, I didn't expect you to push me this far. I didn't either, but I guess I got at least a little stronger. Still not enough though? Hell no. Itsuka started spinning the naginata, producing a bit of wind. I guess we're finishing this right here and now, huh? Izuku held his blades in his iconic stance, full moon strike. Strike of Earth's Ascension. Both came at the other with Itsuka slicing sideways to counter Izuku's attack. Both stood with their backs to each other with everyone on edge trying to find out who the winner was. A slash on Izuku's forearm was seen making him kneel down in pain. Midoriya is down. Could this be the end? After Mike said this, Itsuka leaned back showing her blade broken and her falling back with a cut down her center. Kendo is no longer able to continue. Midoriya wins. Izuku ran over to Itsuka making sure the wound he inflicted on her wasn't deep. Itsuka, you okay? He checked and noticed it was only skin deep to at least have some relief in that. While calming down knowing he didn't hurt her too badly, Itsuka leaned up to kiss Izuku on the lips making everyone in the audience shout in unison. What? She parted to give a smile at the green-haired swordsman. I guess I got something from this match. She laughed before wincing in pain. Oh, it hurts to laugh. Izuku picked his girlfriend up bridal style, embarrassing her as she did before. What are you doing? Paying you back for that little kiss from before. He had a smirk on his face as Itsuka held her face to keep her beet red image from being shown. While in the hall, Izuku glanced down to notice where he cut to feel absolutely horrible. I'm sorry I was a little too rough. You fought me like anyone else. As both a woman and an opponent, I can't ask for anything better. He smiled at this before getting a flick to the nose. Just so we're clear though, you owe me a new set of clothes though. So you'll need to give me your shirt as repayment for now. Izuku sighed before bringing Itsuka to Recovery Girl to heal and take his shirt off to give to her. Once he got up to the stands, he was able to watch the last of Bakugo's match and see him beat Tokiyami as if it was nothing. Guess that's my cue to leave. Izuku, why are you shirtless? Ochako asked before noticing Itsuka come back wearing Izuku's top half of his PE uniform. I get it now. Alright, I'm off. Ochako and Momo got up to give Izuku a kiss, good luck with Itsuka giving him one as well. Once in the waiting area, Izuku had waited patiently to be called before having the door kicked open by Bakugo. What are you doing here, Deku? This is waiting room A. You're in B. Shit. Izuku tried to calm his nerves before Bakugo spoke up. Listen up, I want you to use everything you've got on me. It ain't fair for either of us if you wuss out and only use half your strength. I guess that's fair. Wouldn't want to show you weakness when I beat you to keep that ego of yours active. Izuku laughed at this to only make the ash blonde scowl. Don't think you'll beat me so easily, nerd. I'm gonna kick your ass in the finals and prove that I'm just as good as you. Both held a similar scowl on their faces before smirking at one another. Guess we'll be seeing just who's the strongest now, will we? Fuck yeah. On the field. Alright ladies and gents, time for the final match you've all been waiting for. On one side, we've got the man of the swords, Class A's Izuku Midoriya. And on my left, the man with an explosive quirk as well as an explosive attitude. Also from Class A, Katsuki Bakugo. Both prepared for their fight with Izuku's scar on his chest catching everyone's attention. Where'd he get that scar? Chopper was rather interested in the slash since it looked to be from a rather deep wound. All I know is he was able to fight Don Krieg with it and come out victorious while it was healing. Smoker answered this while tapping some of his ashes out in an ashtray he had. Begin. 3 Bakugo came at Izuku with his explosions. He dodged this to have an explosion get blasted in the face. Oh. And Bakugo got a blast launched at Midoriya. Smoke was clearing to show Izuku had a few burns on his shoulder. That's the best you've got? Oh, don't think it is. Izuku pulled both Kandaina and Chujitsuna to point the latter at Bakugo. You want my best? Then let's give you the best. Izuku activated OFA to place about 5% in his body as a safe percentage to move around with. With this happening, Izuku came at Bakugo for him to evade just in enough time to miss Kandaina, knocking him out of bounds. Not giving him time to rest, Izuku charged at Bakugo again, taking him head-on and forcing him to evade. In an attempt to retaliate, Bakugo sent a blast at Izuku with it, forcing him back. The Ash Blonde was now on the offensive, blasting at Izuku for him to dodge out of the way enough to concentrate. I used it before, so let's see if I can use other parts of Haki. Izuku opened his eyes, seeing Bakugo's blasts in and detecting where they could be. He was able to sense and dodge these to some degree until the sound of Mike threw him off. Midoriya is dodging like it was nothing. What kind of crazy fighting is this? Will you shut up and let me concentrate? This comment came out of Izuku's mouth for Aizawa to grab and disable the mic. What's that for? He's doing something that needs absolute concentration and you're not helping. Both turned back to the fight, watching Izuku go back on the offensive with Bakugo with a solid slash from the back of his blade being sent at the Ash Blonde. Out of anger, Bakugo blasted Izuku with his explosion. Both were launched back slightly before stopping themselves. I'm done going easy, Deku. Give me all you got now. Got it. Bakugo got up into the sky to start spinning himself and gaining more momentum with his quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku began concentrating OFA in his blades, activating 20% for a brief moment. Howitzer. Detroit. Bakugo held his hand out with Izuku sending a blast of air pressure. Impact. Slash. A shockwave was sent to the stands, forcing everyone to lose sight of the two. As the smoke cleared, Bakugo was on the ground below Izuku, who was barely conscious. Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya wins. 5. The crowd burst into excitement as Izuku placed his blades back in their sheaths before bowing at Bakugo. He looked up at the announcer's stadium directly at Hawkeye. Seeing this, he smirks, having a bit of satisfaction that Izuku won. Nicely done, Izuku. I expected nothing less. Zoropov. After the sports festival, UA had given us the proper paperwork to make a work study for some students. That night, we sat in the dining area of the Thousand Sunny talking about this as Nami explained our rules and guidelines. So from what I can tell, they're allowing us to have up to 3 work study students at once due to the size of our group. I'm just gonna say this once. One of those 3 offers are going to that Midoriya kid. I pointed this out with nobody really denying it. Not that I don't agree with you, Mosshead, but what makes you so sure that he's gonna choose us? He's got a taste for hockey. That means he's going to look into how he can get better at it. Since he doesn't seem to be the type to just openly ask Hawkeye for help, I can almost guarantee he's gonna go for someone who's up his alley in this part. Would make sense. Besides, Smoker seemed to be as interested in him as us. So it's almost a given he'll put in a request. Usopp agreed with me as well as everyone when I explained this. Okay. Then that leaves us with 2. Anyone has a specific person in mind? Oh. Let's get that guy with the fancy explosions and the guy with the funny hair. Also let's go with the guy that has engines and the girl with the pink skin, and Nami cut Luffy short before yelling at him. We only have 2 offers, so make it realistic. If we're throwing names out there, perhaps that Kendo girl. Jinbei pointed this out for all of us to look at him. Why? She reminds me of Whitebeard and I'd like to see what she could do if taught by us. From what it seemed, she's also quite skilled in martial arts. If my gut feeling is correct, she wants to become stronger as well. Perhaps learning hockey isn't out of the question for her. We didn't exactly fight this, with his reasoning being rather actually very understanding, with an agreement on the second being the Kendo girl. So who should number 3 be then? Maybe we should look into someone from one of the other courses that placed. I'd like to see what that Shinso person can really do. Nami looked over the offer we could give one more time before denying Chopper's suggestion. We can only do hero course students as this says right now. I'm all for doing it, but we can't chopper. Sorry. We started to have a large brain teaser before agreeing on the third round contestants being who we solely look for. If I remember correctly, the 13 that we can offer are Bakugo, Iida, Todoroki, Tokiyami, Shiozaki, Kirishima, Tetsu, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Ashido, Aoyama, and Shiro. This is a real nail-biter. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I just cracked myself up. Because I have no nails as a skeleton, Brooke continued laughing while we looked at the list. We can probably take out the heavy hitters like Tetsu and Kirishima along with some that I don't see us getting anywhere with like Aoyama and Ashido. In my eyes, those two will probably do more harm for us than good. If we do what Nami says, that leaves us with 9 choices then. Chances are we'll also never get Todoroki, Bakugo, or that Tokiyami guy since they both are most likely gonna get better offers that they'll most likely go with instead of us. Frankie's got a point there. So now that leaves us with 6. 3. The cook had a point. If we wanted the third person, we needed to think this through. If we're going for people that may be able to have an open mind to hockey, we should probably look at anyone that might be able to if pointed in the right direction. Then perhaps this offer sniper. Robin, who stayed rather quiet during the whole thing, pointed to a picture for all of us not understanding. They didn't even get that high up in the third event, why? Call it a hunch, but something tells me that this person will be a fine asset to our offers. Of course I'd vote for your offer, Robin dear. We all looked at the idiot as he showed his lovesick image. Well, anyone have a different suggestion? Luffy asked for all of us to remain silent. Then it's settled, our offers are for Midoriya, Kendo, and Yaoyorozu. Now I'm hungry. Sanji, cook us some food. You just ate dinner, you glutton. Meat. While Robin was walking out, I stopped her to question her on the pick. Why Yaoyorozu? She didn't get that far in the event. She was let in on recommendation and has a quirk that forces her to have an open mind swordsman. Putting those together would make her a surefire person to have the ability to use observation hockey, don't you agree? Guess you have a point in that. Yawn alright, night. For the next day, Izuku Pav. Cannonball. After the sports festival, we were all told of a 2-day break for us to rest and recharge ourselves enough to get back to full health. During this time, I agreed to cut my training down to about half to give the girls much needed attention that I refused them during the 2 weeks prior restoring my swords. I give that a 9 for the form, but a 6 for the splash. Like you're one to talk, sword boy. Ochako and Momo began snickering at the act as we decided to spend the afternoon after training hanging out at the pool enjoying the commodity we have in our newly acquired dorm system. We had to do something about Mineta, however, since he would try and sneak peeks at the girls being in 2 pieces. So we passed a bit of a lie to Kachin that the perv thinks he could win against him in a fight. Let's just say, he may be somewhere in the Red Sea right now. Or having his butt stabbed by the Empire State Building. So Izuku, does this look good on me? Ochako asked as I glanced down noticing her in a green and orange bikini. Very. What about us? Momo says this in a jokingly agitated tone to see her in a solid red bikini and Itsuka in a solid light blue one. Why, you both look very beautiful as well. I started to blush a bit before feeling Momo rest her chest on my head and Itsuka rest her head between my legs to add a bit of discomfort. Do you mean that? I could feel my body temperature rise before Ochako hugged my waist. No fair. I want to make you flustered too, oh crap. No amount of training could help me against this. We stopped this after my nose started to bleed, with everyone understanding this went a little too far. As we sat there in silence with our feet in the pool, something came to my mind. So Ochako, why did you eat a devil fruit? She looked at me a little confused before I explained. You lose the ability to swim with the fruit, along with it most of the time being a shot in the dark whether you're going to get a good one or not if you don't have any form of understanding what it is. So why? She smiled before answering. It all started about a week before the sports festival. Flashback to over a week prior, Ochako Pav. As the days went on before the sports festival, myself, Momo, and Itsuka began training together. Since we didn't know what to expect, we trained in combat and our ability with our quirks, not knowing what else we could do. Today was no different, with Momo and Itsuka doing a one-on-one fight while I kept focused on having my max weight limits tested. Keep going. 3 tons isn't a bad limit, but I did need to focus on how to reduce my nausea for longer periods of using it. Oh crap. I'm losing it. I let the weight down before feeling myself about to throw up. Bathroom. I made a beeline to the restroom, feeling my body about to toss my mochi. Once I came back, Momo and Itsuka decided to take a break so we could talk. They passed me a bit of water while we sat on a bench outside. So how do you two think Izuku is doing with reforging his swords? Dunno, but he does look rather serious when I see him from time to time. Itsuka's right, I saw him yesterday and he looked like a man on a mission. I kinda dig that. I smiled, remembering the look on his eyes. It was as if he was prepared to fight a battle of his life. That look gives me shivers. Burr so dedicated. I have a question to ask you all. We looked at Momo as she took a sip of her water. If I gave Izuku a devil fruit, would he accept it? What's a devil fruit? I asked her this since I didn't know what it was. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea that are more common in the area where Crossblade and that marine called Smoker is from. Depending on what type you obtain, you can have the ability to alter your body in some way, turn yourself into an animal, even control the laws of nature itself. Whoa. So it's like giving someone a quirk? Somewhat, but they all have one fatal flaw as a whole? Itsuka started to get interested in this to ask, what is it? The fruit comes with a curse. Holding it is similar to defying the sea, as they say, so the gods of the sea take away your privilege to swim or even stay in water above your waist. So it's like a drawback. Sorta ochako. The fruits themselves have limits, and depending on the type you have, they can also be rather useless. Same with most quirks. But this is one that you could probably gain more power with. Not exactly, Itsuka. Just like quirks, a person can only naturally hold one devil fruit. I don't get it. Why can they only have one devil fruit? So what happens if someone eats more than a single devil fruit? Momo was silent at my question. You blow up. What? At least, that's what the Marines say. Apparently, as they say, the two devils inside the fruits rage against one another and your body explodes when it happens. I'm not exactly sure if this is true, but finding devil fruits is an oddity as to the point it's a gamble if you think it's true or not. 13. The reality of the fruit sank in as she asked her question again. If Izuku was offered, do you think he would accept it? We both thought about it and how Izuku accepted OFA. He already swallowed his pride and accepted OFA after that bitter loss against Hawkeye. I honestly think he'd be offended if she offered it to him. Not a chance. Itsuka beat me to the punch for Momo to turn to me. You think so too? Yes. In all honesty, I think he'd be insulted if you offered it to him right now. Until he got his quirk, Izuku worked day and night to become strong. Offering him that is almost like saying you don't believe he can become strong enough to face Hawkeye himself. You wouldn't just be hurting his feelings, you'd be insulting his pride as a swordsman. She started to realize the mistake she could make doing this and was in fear of what would happen. I never thought about that. It's okay, you didn't do it. If you did, then you'd have some issues. After Itsuka's consoling, Momo went into her bag to grab something. Since it would not be good to offer Izuku, I'd like to ask you both the opportunity for this. She picked up a fruit to show us it. From what it looked, it seemed a little weird shaped, almost like an underripe pumpkin. 7. Yes, I know, kinda crappy, but this was the best I could do on short notice for a decent image of the fruit to give an idea. So, why do you have a devil fruit? My parents have close ties with the Marines and had offered to be a financial supporter in exchange for devil fruits they would give to quirkless people. It's our way to at least level the playing field for them. They originally wanted to give this to Izuku as a way to thank him for saving me, but I guess it's out of the question for him to accept it. If this happened, my father told me to give the fruit to who I thought would make the best use of it. So as a friend, would one of you please accept this devil fruit? Itsuka looked at me before answering. Between the two of us, I think you'd make the most of it. Also, I've already got my Naginata skills. You having the devil fruit is kinda playing a bit of a fair game right now with it. I grabbed the fruit before asking about it. What is it exactly? It's called the Omoi no Mi or Mind fruit. This is of the Paramecia class of devil fruit that gives you the ability to read minds, convey thoughts, and even fight with your mind. If you can use it to the best of its capabilities, you could face and defeat an enemy without even lifting a finger. So this fruit can be very handy if in the right hands. I looked at it before looking at both the girls one last time. You both sure about this? No turning back when I eat this. I would rather give it to one of you, and I'd rather you have it in all honesty. You deserve it more. I shrugged my shoulders before taking a huge bite out of it. What does it taste like? I tried my best to hold the fruit down while answering with a mouth full. IWT Tasha's AW Fu. It tastes awful. I tried my best to finish it before chugging my water to get the taste out of my mouth. Ew. It tasted like rotten fruit. That's unfortunately something I forgot to warn you about. Devil fruit aren't the greatest tasting. Probably should have made an effort to remember that. Yeah, you should have just as a warning. Momo stopped to look at me. Should have what? Made the effort to remember that. You just said it. No she didn't. Itsuka points this out as I realized what happened. I think I just read your mind. Both were amazed before Itsuka asked me to try her next. She was thinking of a number with me saying 38 to get it correct. The rest of the day was spent working to learn about the limits of what I can do and what I can't do with the can being rather small at the moment. Back to present, Izuku Pav. Well you were right about one thing, I would have felt insulted if you gave the fruit to me. But I appreciate the offer to give me it. I began to pull my legs out of the water to relax on a recliner. Tomorrow Itsuka, we start making your naginata again. Be careful of the heat when we do though, those forges get really hot. Gotcha. The three girls began walking over to sit on the chair I was on, cuddling him, forcing me to blush beet red again. Why does this happen in my life? Izuku Pav. The time we had off came and went like a blink of an eye for school to start back up again. Currently right now, we're all sitting in the classroom waiting for Mr. Aizawa to walk in. I wonder what will happen today for class. I glanced over at Ochako who was staring at me with some intent. Is she trying to use her devil fruit or something? In that moment, I realized what I can do to mess with her. First, I put a book up over my head for her to not read my mind. This seemed to work to some degree before I removed it to think some rather naughty stuff about her. Thanks to this, she began to go beet red with a bit of blood dripping out of her nose. Pervert. WHO, are you calling a pervert? She shouted this for everyone to look over to her. Sorry. Kacchan and Momo knew what happened to start snickering a bit. Don't laugh at me. I glanced over to Ochako who seemed to find a way to shout at us in her head. Seems she accidentally found a way to do that. The door opened to Mr. Aizawa walking in to greet us. Good morning class. Good morning Mr. Aizawa. He got to the podium before explaining what we were doing for homeroom. Today, we have a special task for Hero Informatics today. Everyone held their breath thinking it was some kind of test. You all need to think of hero names. Yeah, quiet. As quickly as everyone changed from feared to happy, they went right to dead silent as Mr. Aizawa activated his quirk. These hero names are important for the draft since you all will be doing hero agency work studies. Up top are the names of the people who have been drafted already. Our teacher held up a board of everyone's drafts that had them. Izuku Midoriya, 4200 Shoto Todoroki, 4123 Katsuki Bakugo, 3542. Fumikage Tokiyami, 360 Tenya Iida, 301 Denki Kaminari, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 109 Eijiro Kirishima, 68 Ochako Uraraka, 66. Hanta Siro. 14-8. Seeing myself at the top of the group gave me a bit of satisfaction, but not enough to take it easy on myself. Those that didn't get a draft pick will choose from a list of 40 agencies that are respected among us. I'd consider your picks very carefully since these are somewhat important. Take your quirks and personal skills into consideration with your picks. Now for the hero names, we have someone else assisting you. On cue, Midnight walked in. Hero names are important and normally not so easily change. So you must be wary of what you choose or there will be hell to pay later. The R-rated hero passed us a couple of whiteboards to write our ideas for names down. Once 15 minutes passed, we all began saying our names. Most of them were rather unique to us, while others were kinda out there. After Kacchan's suggestion for King Explosion Murder was rejected, he sat down irritated with me, still unsure what I should use. 3. Maybe I should go with something relating to Hawkeye? No, that won't work. Maybe All Might. I have his quirk, but I'm still a long way till at his level either. My mind immediately went to my fight with Toshigi and what the crowd called me. I've got it. I wrote down the name before walking up to the podium. Why that man? Because of my talents and skill as a swordsman. My nickname, Green Demon of Mustafar, was given to me. This will prove that I'm still that man and willing to fight with pride and skill that I've achieved myself. As such, my hero name will be the Swordsman Hero. Green Demon. I glanced at Midnight, who gave a smile and a thumbs up. End of the day. Heading back to the dorms, I began going through all my offers with Kachin and the girls to notice one in particular that stuck out. The Straw Hats? Everyone looked at the offer while I looked them up. Oh yeah, I got an offer from them too, as did I. While looking them up, I read off what is known about them. The Straw Hats are a pirate crew formed in what's known as the East Blue, comprised of 10 members. The Gum Gum Hero, Straw Hat, the Swordsman Hero, Triblade, the Navigation Hero, Cat Thief, the Marksman Hero, Sniper King, the Cooking Hero, Black Leg, the Doctor Hero, Dr. Reindeer, the Archaeologist Hero, Devil's Child, the Cyborg Hero, Frankie, the Musical Hero, Bones, and the Fishman Hero, Whale Shark. The group is more commonly known as the Straw Hat Pirates, who came to this world almost 10 years ago from the Grand Line and has shown themselves to be very capable heroes. Their bounties, however, are, whoa, big bounties. 9. Everyone looked at my phone to see the bounties. They have to go wide-eyed. Geez. Giving one of them in would be like hitting the jackpot. Except for the raccoon dog. Kachin points this out, seeing Dr. Reindeer's bounty of 100 berries. I would recommend going with the Straw Hats. Their swordsman trained under me some time ago. We glanced back to notice Hawkeye walk into the dorms. Not only that, but their helmsman Jinbei was once a member of the 7 pirate warlords such as myself. Their archaeologist is also quite knowledgeable. Learning from them would be something worthwhile. Ochako began to look at her list before pointing a name out. Have you ever heard of the Amazon hero? Kuja? That should be Boa Hancock if I remember correctly. She is the same as Jinbei, one of the 7 pirate warlords and the captain of the Kuja pirates. She had eaten a devil fruit known as the Love fruit. Any being who admires her beauty can be turned to stone with it. She is also nicknamed the most beautiful woman in the world to add to her danger. 9. So she's a woman with a power to turn men into stone just because they admire her beauty? Do not let this fool you. She is also a master marksman, skilled in using her legs as a form of combat, and has control over all 3 versions of hockey. Learning from her would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She also does not like men because of some past complications with them. The only man she doesn't harbor any hate in the slightest is Straw Hat for some reason. A master of hockey. Maybe I can get stronger with my devil fruit with her? Momo chimed in. Hearing this, I would highly recommend it. Ochako. The Love fruit is a Paramecia class devil fruit, so learning to think outside the box with someone that had to learn it is a great way to increase your potential. I guess it wouldn't hurt. She might also help me get my foot in the door for stepping up my skills. While she thought about this, I glanced at Kachin for a moment. So did you decide on one yet? Yeah, I'm going with that cigar marine guy. Smoker gave you an offer. We all shouted this in amazement, realizing we all had the opportunity to become stronger now. Guess this means we all can step it up a notch and overcome this plateau now. Let's hope it becomes a memorable experience. One week later, the day of the internship had come with me, Momo, and Itsuka choosing the Straw Hats in hopes for us to get stronger. Make sure you all listen to your pro hero and be on your best behavior. Yes, sir. I began to notice Iida walk one way before stopping him. Iida. Wait a second. Since the sports festival, something was eating at him for me to decide looking into. From what I could tell, his older brother Ingenium was badly injured to the point the doctors don't believe he can do hero work again. The info I read said it was the hero killer that hurt him. I don't know what's going on in your head right now, but please think about what you're about to do thoroughly. He glanced at me with a fake smile before answering. I appreciate the concern, Midoriya. I shall be fine. He began to leave for his train with our small group, saying our goodbyes. Guess this is where we split up. Later. Kachin left before turning to look me in the face. Don't think you'll be ahead for long. I'll close that gap and prove that I'm just as good as you. Just you wait. He left with Ochako needing to leave shortly after. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. She gave me a kiss on the lips before running to her train. I guess we should start heading out as well. Momo's right. Shouldn't keep our work-study pros waiting. We started boarding the train to head to the harbor to meet the Straw Hat Pirates. I wonder what'll happen when we meet these guys. At the Thousand Sunny, third-person POV, the trio found their way to a giant ship with a lion as the figurehead. This the place? Momo looked down at the directions to answer Izuku. Seems to be. The group went to the side of the ship before Izuku shouted to get someone's attention. Excuse me. We're from UA and we're looking for the Straw Hat Heroes. The directions we had brought us here. Can someone help us? On cue. A board came out of the ship to connect a passage from the ship to the dock. Guess that's our invitation on board. Izuku led the three on the ship where 10 people were on the top deck to greet them. 3. Hey. Nice to see ya. Haha. A man with a red shirt came up to greet them with a giant smile on his face. My name's Luffy and these are my friends. Nice to have ya join us. It's nice to meet you, Luffy. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and these are my girlfriends Momo Yaoyorozu and Itsuka Kendo. We put in an application for a work study with all of you. A woman with dark hair and a man that looked like a whale shark came up to greet them. It's nice to meet you. My name is Robin and I'll be helping you primarily this week, Ms. Yaoyorozu. It's nice to meet you, Ms. Robin. I hope to learn much from you. The fishman walked up to Itsuka next. My name is Jinbei, and the same can be said about me to you, Ms. Kendo. Nice to meet you, sir. As Itsuka bowed, Jinbei noticed the naginata wrapped up and carried on her back. It's nice to see you have a new weapon after the other shattered. Thanks. I owe this one all to Izuku for helping me forge it. Even Crossblade said it's a nice weapon. While they spoke, a green-haired man walked up to Izuku. So you're Hawkeye's kid? You don't look like him much. The man started to walk away a bit before stopping. Faster than most could see, he unsheathed one of the 3 blades on his side to attack Izuku. He countered this by opening Kadina out of its sheath halfway. Everyone was a little taken back at this for both to smile at one another. Nice reflexes. Thanks. Your speed is also something amazing. The older swordsman went for another blade, forcing Izuku to dodge and pull away from him. Let's get introductions out of the way and get right to work. My name is Roronoa Zoro and this week will be absolute hell for you. Zoro smiled as if he was a demon at Izuku as he pulled Kadina out fully and Chujitsune as well. I take it that little display was more to see what I have. Oh yeah. Zoro pulled his other 2 swords out and placed one in his mouth. Huipawi FWOW Shi Axwao Tesht. Prepare for the actual test. 6 Zoro came at Izuku with speeds faster than the ones Izuku made at the sports festival, keeping him on his toes. The 3-sword swordsman cut specific spots on Izuku's body to drop the weights he had and leave the skin completely intact with no harm whatsoever. He's precise. Izuku began to dodge faster while parrying some attacks to get in closer. Once he had an opening, the young swordsman gave a slash to Zoro's throat. This did virtually nothing as the area he hit was covered in some strange black coating that was harder than steel. Na Bawad, not bad, both put their swords away while smirking. I saw you could use hockey during the sports festival. Let's start with what you know about it and go from there. Yes, sir. The 2 began their training with Robin taking Momo to her room to discuss what they would be doing, and Jinbei taking Kendo to the side to begin training with her. Seems they're on their way. I'm gonna go start prep for lunch. Those lovely ladies need to keep their energy up. A blonde man went into the kitchen with Luffy shouting for joy. I want meat, Sanji. Shut up and you'll get your damn meat. One with Ochako stood in front of a giant pirate ship with a woman who seemed to be beyond the word gorgeous in front of her. 5. Why hello. You must be Ms. Uraraka. A pleasure to meet you. Ochako couldn't help but blush at the elegance and refined aspect the woman in front of her was emitting. So pretty. Momo doesn't even hold a candle to her. Thank you. Ms. Hancock. It's an honor working with you. She bowed while feeling a pat to her head. There is no need to be wary, young lady. You have impressed me as yourself and had me desire to train you. Take pride in yourself as who you are. Her words touched Ochako to a point she could almost fall in love with the woman in front of her. Don't think those thoughts, Ochako. You love Izuku and won't be swayed by a woman who is. Stop thinking those thoughts. You seem internally troubled. Is it because of something or someone in particular? The brunette stiffened at this comment. I see, is it a man? Why yes. You see, I'm dating this guy Izuku Midoriya. Since the sports festival, I felt as if I'm falling behind. He found a way to use this thing called hockey, can fight amazingly without a quirk. He also has so much drive that I feel kinda. You feel insecure because he's far ahead of you? She nodded and went into more detail. Him and 2 other girls that are dating him along with me went with the Straw Hat Pirates, with another friend of ours going with this one Marine we know, vowing to close the gap before we all parted. I just want to be stronger and prove I'm not a burden. Ochako looked away before having a hand on her chin pull her to face Hancock again. Your heart yearns to be strong for the one you love and not make him worry for you. As a woman who also understands that drive, I can relate to you on an equal level. Starting today, we will work hard together and make this Izuku Midoriya sway his heart to never worry for you and rely on you as both a companion and his lover. Ochako nodded as they went on board to begin training. With Bakugo, so you want to learn hockey while you're here? Yeah. I want to close that gap Deku had on me in the sports festival, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove I'm no pushover. Bakugo stated this with determination to gain some admiration from Smoker. I like that. Starting today, you and me will be training for you to use hockey. By the time the week is over, you'll be able to use it to some degree and get back on track and close that gap Midoriya made. When that's done, the rest is how much you can refine that skill you've got. Smoker got out of his chair to lead Bakugo to a training area. Let's begin with seeing where you are skill-wise and going from there. Just you wait, Deku. I'm gonna catch up to you and become stronger. That quirk of yours and the skill you have in hockey will mean nothing when all's said and done. Izuku Pav. I started to wake up to the feeling of rocking from side to side. Ugh, did I eat something bad last night? My eyes opened up to a room I wasn't familiar with to turn my head. When I did, I noticed what looked like a skeleton right next to my face. Ahhhhhhhh. I immediately jumped back, preparing to draw my swords before someone fell and hit my head with theirs. NNGH. I looked over for it to be Black Leg who fell on me. Crap, sorry sir. He put his hand up telling me to stop before pointing up, explaining that we'd talk above deck. We walked past the guys who were there sleeping to climb a ladder to the top decks. Once there, Black Leg let out a sigh in pain. Oh, that really hurt. Sorry. Didn't plan to wake up to a skeleton in my face this morning. I don't blame you. Brooke was kinda someone we had to get used to waking up to ourselves. I can't remember how many times Usopp or Chopper screamed us all awake cause they woke up directly next to him. He started lighting a cigarette before showing a carton to me. Want one? No thanks. Not a fan. Fair enough. We stood on the deck seeing the night sky start to lighten in color. Just pointing this out, you don't have to call any of us by our hero names when we're not in public. For now, you're part of the Straw Hat crew. You and those lovely ladies. He blew out some smoke while holding a smile before walking towards the kitchen. I should get breakfast started. Those idiots are gonna be up soon with our captain wanting food. You want a little help? You cook? Enough to make things with the girls a little more entertaining when we have a stay-at-home night? I'll take you up on that. We walked into the kitchen for Sanji to pass me a knife and a few things of vegetables. Chop those up and save the scraps. Jinbei and dear sweet Itsuka are out on patrol this morning, so they'll be hungry coming back. Why do I have the urge to sock him right now? Gotcha. I went straight into cutting for Sanji to watch and give a bit of info. See about cutting them a bit smaller. They'll be put right in, so they need to be a bit on the smaller side so that they'll cook properly. 4. I adjusted myself directly after for the blonde cook to be a bit impressed. Once I finished, I placed the scraps in a pile while the cut veg in a pot I was told to place them in. So are you actually dating those 2 girls? Yeah. But I'm also dating a 3rd girl who went with another agency. Sanji looked at me confused before snapping his fingers. You were at a restaurant I was helping out in a little while back before the school year started. Yeah, you also flirted with my girlfriends. Not saying I'm not patient, but I'm also not exactly the accepting type when someone hits on the girls I date. My bad. So who'd your other girl go with? Ochako went with Hancock. From what my father said, that was a good choice for her. I was given a few pieces of meat to slice thinly and season before it was placed on a pan to fry. Ah, such a woman of beauty the pirate empress is. An image of delight whose beauty will certainly make a woman such as the lovely Ochako glisten even more in womanly charms. Can you please not do that while I'm right next to you? I will admit Ochako is a beautiful woman, but I'm not a fan of another man making those comments in front of me. 2. We kept working with the door opening to Robin and Momo walking in. Morning you two. Hey Robin, I put on some coffee before starting, it should be almost done. Thank you, cook, and I see you have gained the assistance of one of our trainees. Kid's not half bad. We kept working with Momo walking next to me to give a good morning kiss. Smells amazing. Can't wait to try. She walked over to Robin who began going over some things with her. Meanwhile, I could feel an envious glare at me. Glancing to the side, Sanji was biting a napkin in anger. You lucky bastard, I can't even get a good morning kiss from my Nami Swan or the lovely Robin. Sigh. I hope everyone else is having an easier time. I ignored his stares to continue working. 1. With Ochako Pav. Ah, the morning for me started early with Hancock teaching me a technique to help my understanding of armament hockey a bit more. For a target, I was told to attack a giant stone which I was able to destroy with a single punch. Nicely done. I let go of the technique feeling my body about to collapse. This is not an easy technique to learn, but you are doing well all things considered. I was panting in pain with sweat pouring off me. It feels like I'm gonna burst at the seams though. I understand, but this is for you to learn just how to control the functions of your body to become more honed in body and mind. Now that you can do that, we can begin with learning armament hockey. Hancock went straight to a steel frame and held her foot up above her head. She's joking, right? The back of her heel was covered in some kind of black stuff that looked like what happened back at the USJ with Hawkeye. Behold armament hockey. She slammed her foot down at the steel frame with silence being present at the moment. It ended when the steel frame was cut in half and falling over. What the hell? This is what hockey can do. Being one with your body and mind will allow you to use this. Our next step is learning how to focus the power of what's inside you to a single point in your body. Now comes the hard part. Wait, learning something that makes me feel like my heart is gonna explode out of my chest wasn't the hard part. With Bakugo Pav. Once more. Die. Since I began with Smoker, he's had me on a viscous training regimen to try and learn how to use hockey. His approach was something similar to how some Marines learn it. Not good enough. Unfortunately, I'm regularly sent a distance into a wall trying to accomplish what he wants me to. Focus Bakugo. You're not gonna get anywhere if you can't keep yourself prepared mentally and physically. Hockey is about being one with your own body, not about the muscle you have. I began getting out of the wall remembering how Deku was able to use hockey without any form of training. I gotta master this somehow to catch up. If I don't, Deku's gonna hold a fucking hell of a gap on me. One more time. Smoker came at me again for me to stand perfectly still. You're not gonna stay ahead of me, Deku. I'm gonna get stronger and beat you. The impact landed with me sliding a bit. Compared to the other, this attack felt significantly weaker for both of us to smirk. You're getting there. Let's keep going. Fuck yeah. 1. Few days later, Izuku Pav. Training had hit me like a bombshell with Zoro as we practiced sparring along with doing some heavy lifting and endurance training. You call that defending. Today he had me take as many attacks from him as possible to try and find a weak spot. The trick was that he was going to make openings so narrow, I'd have to use observation hockey to do this. The problem is, he'd give me no time to stop and focus with all his attacks. This was to try and have me focus on keeping a cool head even when things get rough. Come on, find the opening. I started to get agitated before being able to see everything in slow motion. When I did, I was able to find the opening and attack. We both stopped with my blade just above Zoro's rib cage. Not bad. You were able to use observation hockey when you're in a bind. Not easy to do for a beginner. Your movements are pretty fluid as well and you're not against taking advantage of a weak point someone gives. Thank you. We put our swords away before he started discussing what he wanted to do next. So I've got two things I wanna teach you. The first is a trick I picked up from your old man. To put it simply, it's a trick to cut something without it being realized. I looked at him a bit confused as he walked over to Robin, who was teaching Momo how to read something. Zoro started a conversation while holding his hand on one of his swords. When he finished, he walked over with a smirk on his face. Why are you smiling? All you did was just talk to her. Wait for it. I glanced over to begin seeing Robin's top get cut down the middle. I averted my eyes to save a little embarrassment for her to see Zoro smile. You see, cutting without the person now. The swordsman stooped when a pair of hands grew from his legs to grab his crotch. Jesus, this lady means business when she's mad. Care to explain why you thought it best to cut my favorite top? I was, NNGH. Showing a trick to Izuku. You mind you mind letting go? Robin put her hands down for the hands that grew to turn into petals. The key to this is to do it fast and hold misdirection to the person so they don't see it coming. It can be used as a parlor trick as I showed you, but it can also be used in combat in hopes to catch an opponent by surprise and make them lose their focus easier. 3. I understood this to notice Itsuka walking over to talk to Momo. There are your targets. If you can slice their clothes without being seen, then we'll go to the next trick I want you to learn. I glanced at the girls before glancing at Zoro again for him to nod. I can't believe I'm doing this. I walked over to the girls to hold my hands on my sword handles. Hey you two. Hey Izuku. How is training with Zoro? It's going. Right now, he's teaching me a trick where I cut without someone knowing. I began moving my blades quickly with them testing unsheathed on my shoulders. That sounds so cool. Can you show us? Look down. They looked down to see the top half of their hero costumes were cut diagonal or horizontal in Momo's case. Both were silent until Itsuka spoke. Is this your way of saying you're interested in our bodies? I froze before going completely red. Zoro. Nami came over to kick Zoro in the face and send him a distance. Hey, what the hell Nami? Stop teaching stupid things and turning the kid into a moron like you and Luffy. She was beyond mad before turning to me. Aw crap. She was about ready to charge before a set of hands pulled me into someone's chest. If you truly wanted to see my girls Izuku, all you had to do was ask. Itsuka was hugging me rather close to her while I go beat red. How did this happen? This kept happening until Luffy came on board with Jinbei holding some papers. Alright, we got a job guys. He glanced at me and Itsuka with Momo holding her clothes so they wouldn't fall off. Oh cool, seems you two are very close and practicing new fighting moves. That's not it you idiot. Everyone objected to this as we began heading into the dining area with Robin reading the orders. It appears we've been asked to look into stopping the hero killer in Hosu. Hosu. I remembered how Iida was doing his work study there with him possibly being in trouble. Wait, they want us to go after someone that has killer in their name. Quote. Usopp was on the verge of tears with some other members not so sure about this as well. This is serious guys. The last known attack was on Ingenium with his being the only one in Hosu at the moment. He's hurt and killed countless heroes and needs to be stopped. This is why the government gave him a 70 million berry bounty. He does hold order, but not in a proper way. Jinbei pointed this out for Chopper to hold some guilt. I feel horrible I couldn't do more for Ingenium, but we can help him by defeating the hero killer now and avenging those he's hurt. 1. Luffy looked at me before explaining what we'll do. You have a bounty hunter license, right? I nodded for him to smile. Awesome, that means you can fight him even if you don't have a hero license. The only thing you need to remember is to not use your quirk. If you do, that license privilege gets thrown out the window. Robin said this for me to nod. It's settled then, let's set sail. Everyone started doing what they needed to prepare us to embark. Me and the girls were asked to open the sails while everyone else did some other things. Alright, to Hosu City Sunny. Pronto. We began sailing out for the feeling of the sea to rush into me. The feeling of the waves crashing down and us traveling over the water awakened something in me. It made me never want to leave the ocean. I can tell that look. The sea's calling you. I glanced over to see Luffy smile while watching. That feeling in you is giving you a feeling of freedom. One that tells you to ride on the seas and never let anything else get in your way. It's the same feeling I get whenever we sail. On our journeys, we've seen one crazy thing after the other to the point I can't begin to explain them. Now when I look back on all our adventures, I can't help but feel excited when we set out not knowing what's in store. He turned to me and gave a huge smile from ear to ear. I love the sea. I couldn't help but smile as well. I've never traveled on a boat before now. It is an amazing feeling. We sailed for about an hour or two until reaching Hosu's port. We tied anchor down with me, Zoro, and Chopper going ahead to scope out the area. So Devil, who are you texting? Zoro asked me, putting my phone away. My friend Iida, he's on a work study in this area. My head went down remembering what I learned. I'm worried he may be trying to hunt down the hero killer himself in a way to make him pay for what happened to Ingenium. Wait, why would Ingenium have anything to do with this? Iida is Ingenium's little brother Dr. Reindeer. I can only imagine the anger he might have. All the more reason we find Stain before he hurts or kills someone else. Zoro held his katanas while I nodded. Getting dark though, it'll be harder during the night to find him. We immediately stopped when we heard explosions and what sounded like people screaming. Triblade, did you hear that? I did, let's go. We ran into the area to see a bunch of heroes fighting three things that looked similar to the monster I fought at the USJ. Nomu, you know these guys? Not exactly. One came to attack the USJ a while back. Thing was meant to kill All Might from what I was told. One of the Nomu were taking a civilian up in the air. We can discuss this later. Now we gotta help the people. Rumble Ball. Chopper ate some kind of small ball before his body transformed. 3, 5, Kung Fu Point. He began jumping up to knock the Nomu down and save the citizen. Run. Get out of here. The Nomu were randomly attacking before I noticed Manuel calling out. Iida, where are you? In that moment, I realized what might be the case. Triblade, I need your help. I started running with Zoro, not realizing what was happening. Hey, get back here. We exited the area with me leading the charge while Zoro was right behind. Midoriya, stop. What's wrong? I don't have a lot of time to explain, but I think the hero killer and the League of Villains might be working together. Why do you think that? Those guys are the same as the guy from the USJ, with the hero killer still having business in Hosu. It only makes sense at this point. Okay, but why are we running away from everyone? I swallowed a lump in my throat before answering. Because I think my friend might have bitten off more than he could chew. 2. He understood this for both to run as fast as they could. Where do you think he'll attack? Somewhere close by an agency in an alley that people would occasionally be around. I began running faster before taking a sharp turn through an alley that fit the bill. Once deep enough inside, I found Iida on the ground with the hero killer about to kill him. I just made it. I unsheathed my blades before jumping to attack. Strike of the Vengeful Tiger. Stain saw my attack coming to just barely block. Iida, are you okay? I glanced back at him before noticing Zoro wasn't behind me. Wait, where'd Zoro go? 12. Meanwhile, in an alley halfway across town. Izuku, where'd you go? Third person Pav. Great. The one fight where I'm willing to use OFA and I can't legally. Izuku pulled Kandena and Chujitsuna out preparing to fight. Stay out of this, boy. My business is with these fake heroes. You see, that's where I can't let that happen. If you're going to hurt someone, then I'm getting involved. Izuku stood in front of Iida prepared to take Stain on. You've got a 55 million berry bounty on your head, hero killer Stain. I'd rather not fight you, but I will if I have to. Izuku was not unwavering to make the hero killer smirk. Nicely done, hero, but let's see if you can back that talk up. Stain pulled his katana out to face Izuku. I'm no hero. I'm a swordsman. Both charged at one another with Stain giving the first strike. Izuku blocked this with Chujitsuna before the hero killer pulled out a knife to attack with. This was where Kandena had come in handy to block. Noticing that Izuku wasn't just any swordsman, Stain began to pick up his game by constantly slashing at Izuku as he continued to block. The echo of steel rang in the dark alley for both the pro-native and Iida to watch in amazement. 2. Just who is this guy anyway? Green Demon of Mustafar and the greatest swordsman in Japan. Izuku Midoriya. Iida began to cry, realizing he made a horrible mistake and couldn't do a thing about it. Because of his selfish act, Izuku had to fight and protect him against Stain on his own. The two watched as Izuku pulled back to gain some ground before having a knife thrown in his side. Damn it! Izuku glanced down to see it was in a spot that would cause issues if he left it in, so he took a moment to pull it out and throw the knife to the side. In this time, Stain came at Izuku's side for some reason. "Midoriya, don't let him get your blood." Iida shouted this for the young swordsman to prepare an attack. Cross slice. This pushed Stain back a bit for him to remain where he was. "I must admit, boy, you're quite skilled. But why protect the fakes? I only wish to take them and not you. It would be a waste to kill such a worthy hero like yourself, so why do you? When someone has conviction, they'll fight for it until the bitter end. Right now, this is just one part of my conviction, with you being a stepping stone in my eternal uphill battle. Don't get me wrong, Stain. You're a formidable foe, but I won't fall to you. Not you, not anyone again." This comment made the hero killer smile. Quite the determined one, but no matter. Stain came at Izuku again with several blades being sent at him. Izuku blocked them before having Stain's sword come for a downward strike. This was deflected with the blade being thrown into the air before the hero killer pulled another large knife out to nearly slice Izuku. "Gotta get some distance. This guy has too many weapons that I can't see off the bat." Yojiku looked for the best moment to gain an opening, but was unable to find one through normal means. Attack after attack, Izuku was becoming overwhelmed and needed to think things through a bit more. "Come on, Izuku, think." It was at this moment that the young swordsman activated observation haki to see an extremely small opening he could use between Stain's attacks. He was able to strike during it to take advantage of and slice some holsters for knives off the villain. Izuku noticed the knive's holster to see it had almost 24 on it alone with no holsters empty. "What are you, knives weakly?" Izuku calmed himself before remembering what Zoro said a little while back about armament haki. The key to armament is to think it is just a form of armored layer over your body. Izuku held his swords down while focusing and clearing his mind. "What is this? Are you giving up? Imagine a barrier over my swords." Slowly but surely, a dark substance was covering Izuku's blades to surprise everyone. "Is that a quirk?" "No, it's something completely different." The sound of a woman was heard to show Itsuka, Momo, and Robin walk into the alley. "It would appear your friend has found a way to control armament haki." Itsuka and Momo watched as Izuku finished the coating of his swords to charge at the hero killer. In defense, Stain came at him with knives for them to get cut in half. "What? Keep the image in your head. Don't let your mind falter on you." Izuku kept his mind concentrated on what he was doing with little margin for any other conversations in his mind. 2. Izuku came at Stain with his haki-covered blades to force the hero killer to remain on the defense. "What is this boy doing? What did he do differently?" Stain began to attack Izuku the best he could to only find himself breaking his blades on Izuku's Black Blade Arts. Izuku held his blades in an iconic position of his for Momo and Itsuka to smirk, knowing this is all over when the attack connects. Strike of Earth's Ascension. Izuku charged at Stain with believing he would win when it connected. Unfortunately, he lost his focus for the armament haki to be taken off his blades. The hero killer noticed this to block the attack with some of his final blades. When the sound of steel connecting came to the young swordsman's ears, he knew he screwed up somewhere in that time gap. A rather interesting trick, but it would appear that you aren't in full control of it yet. Stain was able to push Izuku back and attack him. He was able to defend against it, but the young swordsman was becoming more fatigued. "Why am I so tired right now? Is it a drawback to not being fully in sync with armament haki yet? Now die." Stain came at Izuku prepared to take him down with Itsuka about to jump in. Before she did, however, Robin stopped her to shout something. "As of right now, Izuku Midoriya, the archaeologist hero Devil's Child, give you authorization to use your quirk." Izuku heard this with Stain barreling at him. His attack was stopped by Chujutsu. Both were at a stalemate with Izuku glaring at the hero killer. "If I take you down, it'll help my friend who has stumbled off the path he rightfully needs to remain on." OFA, full cowling 8%. Izuku shoved Stain off him to charge back at the hero killer. His first attack was dodged, but the young swordsman rebounded and attacked again from using the wall behind him as a jumping platform. Izuku was able to cut Stain's arm a bit before using the other wall of the alley in a similar act as the first. Attack after attack, Izuku came at Stain with him gaining more and more speed. Eventually, the hero killer had the rhythm down to attack Izuku. This was met with the young swordsman changing his trajectory slightly to hit the ground below Stain and knee his jaw jumping up. Once this happened, Izuku jumped up towards the rooftops before changing his angle to face Stain. 2. Now hero killer, it's time I finish your reign of terror once and for all. Izuku pushes himself off the wall to come at Stain with an immense level of speed. He twirled his body before initiating his final attack. Strike of the Vengeful Tiger. Izuku was able to connect with Stain, who tried to protect himself with his blades, but this did little as the hero killer was shoved into a wall. The act created a hole in it with Stain unconscious inside with blood coming out his head. Izuku was panting in pain as he stood tall. He walked to the hero killer to bow to him. Thank you, Pant, for the fight. Izuku placed his blades away before going towards Iida. Can you stand? Iida was crying on the ground in his own self-hatred. Why? Why help me? This was my fault, so why? Izuku held an emotionless face before clenching his fist. It's because we're friends, dipshit. Izuku hit the engine quirk user in his head to create a notable bump on the top. When you have a problem, you talk to someone. Don't think something stupid like going after someone like the hero killer is smart. You're better than that. 12. Iida remained silent, realizing Izuku actually was worried for him. You could have died, so please use better judgment next time. Your brother would never forgive himself if you went and died because of him. How do you think he'd feel? Ingenium may not be able to be a hero anymore, but you can continue his legacy. Be the hero your brother was and continue to honor what he stood for. What happened was a tragedy, but the good he did will not perish with him. The inspiration he gave to people like you is why we strive to do what is right. Iida started to cry a bit before nodding. Thank you, Midoriya. You're a good friend. Izuku gave Iida a hand up with him slowly beginning to move again. Meanwhile, Robin helped Native up with Momo and Itsuka disarming Stain and wrapping him up. Luckily the garbage dumpster nearby had some kind of rope in it for them to tie the villain up in. When everyone was up, they began walking out of the alley to the open streets. The nightmare of the hero killer fight was over. 3. Izuku Pav. After heading to the open streets, we were met by most of the Straw Hats and some pro heroes. Robin, is everything okay? Why yes, Navigator. It also appears our young student found a way to use armament hockey. At least, to some degree. Chopper came over looking around before asking me a question. Where'd Zoro go? He was with you. I honestly don't know. I was running straight. Next thing I know is he's gone. On cue, Zoro came running here panting for air. Nice job disappearing on me, kid. I didn't disappear on you. You disappeared on me. Yeah, right. Zoro, you suck at directions. I doubt you were going the right way to begin with. Shut up, Usopp. We started laughing a bit before Chopper found something that scared him. Is that the hero killer? He shouted this for everyone to look behind us to see the villain in ropes. Yeah, that's him. Everyone held their mouths open, completely baffled. He was taken down. Everyone, look out. Luffy, Jinbei, and Frankie came running towards us for the one Nomu with wings to come after me and take me into the sky. Izuku. It began taking me high into the air with Luffy stretching his arms. Hang on. Gum gum. Before he could though, Stain took a knife we overlooked to cut the restraints off and lick the blood that was from the creature off Nami's cheek to paralyze it. So that's what his quirk does. Stain jumped up to stab the thing in the head, killing it in the process. The hero killer saved me. Stain grabbed me before landing on the ground. You fake heroes are nothing. You all must be purged. The sash over his face fell to show a man of ironclad convictions ready to face the world. 3. None of you are worthy to kill me. There is only one man in this world worthy of that title. Stain looked up to the heavens before shouting at the depths of his lungs. All Might is worthy. In fear, I jumped up and pulled my swords out, preparing for another fight. This isn't gonna end well. I waited for his next move for him to remain perfectly still. Is he dead? Usopp was hiding behind Sanji as I glanced at his face. He's unconscious. Chopper came running towards us to check the hero killer's vitals. I think a broke rib punctured a lung. He needs a hospital right now. Nami called a hospital with Frankie and Jinbei helping support Stain where he wouldn't die of blood pooling in his lung while Chopper did what he could on the spot. Are you alright? Brook came over to notice the cut on my side. It's nothing. He needs the immediate help right now. I walked to the side to relax a bit from the nightmare that just unfolded. It's over. This night is finally over. I felt myself fall out of consciousness with the stinging on my side being unbearable. 2 days later, after the capture of Stain, Native, Iida, and myself were brought to a hospital to get patched up. From what I was told, Stain's cut was worse than I believed hitting a vital. I probably didn't feel it since I was so hocked up on adrenaline. It was able to be patched up, but I knew was that I was gonna have another nasty scar on me. Izuku, how are you feeling? Zoro and the rest of the Straw Hats came into the room with some other people to greet me and Iida. Manuel, sir, what's going on? I think I can answer that, young man. A man with a dog head came in front to speak. Hello, my name is Kenji Saragame, Chief of Hosu Police. Both me and Iida got up to bow. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you Izuku Midoriya for what you have done. Thanks to you, the hero killer will no longer be an issue. I just did what I could, sir. Indeed. And thanks to you being given authorization and having a bounty hunter license, you handled everything legally. However, Tenya Iida stiffened when hearing his name. You had neither when fighting the hero killer. In all technicality, you should be arrested for what you've done. What? But the hero killer did the exact same thing he was doing this entire time. Does that mean nothing? Luffy was mad with the chief explaining. Justice needs to place boundaries somewhere. We can't pick and choose who we let break the rules and who gets the whip. Technically Iida had broken the law as well. He used a quirk not in defense and willingly went after someone without any authorization. But that isn't fair, Luffy. He's not wrong. Sanji spoke up for the room to become silent. Now if the story would play out exactly as it would, Iida would be arrested. But he was also a victim in this, and I'm not exactly fond of arresting those who aren't truly the villains in stories like these. So here's what will happen. Iida had been told to go assist Native where he was attacked by the hero killer. There, Midoriya had discovered them with the tale being about the same as what happened. Since he did everything by the book, nothing has to be changed. The only people who know of the variants are the people in this room and a few others. The final result is still the same, but the beginning had been changed. Any objections? We remained silent as a way to say we're all in agreement. Midoriya, I also need you to sign this. Saragame gave me a clipboard with the standard papers for when I'd take down pirates or villains with bounties on their head. I filed them accordingly before giving the clipboard back. Stain had a 55 million berry bounty on his head. In yen, that's 5.5 million. The chief passed me a check that I put to the side. Now that that matter's settled, I'll leave you all to your business. Chief Saragame left for the Straw Hats to hold a grim look. I'm sorry if I caused any problems for you all. They glanced at me not knowing what I meant. Sorry, but we're not mad at you. It's something else. I didn't know what they meant for Nami to point out what it is. A pirate group came out of the Grand Line called the Arlong Pirates. They're not the nicest people, with our crew having a bad memory with them. Me personally. So they're a group you're going after. Sorta, but there's more to the story. Sanji said this to confuse me a bit. When Arlong and his crew came here, the first thing they did was steal a ship from a pro-hero called Selkie and took a sidekick of his and a student from UA that was doing a work study with him. When I heard that a UA student was taken, I remembered the name Selkie right off the bat. Izuku Pav. The day after finding out about what happened revolving around the Arlong Pirates, I was released from the hospital and went back to the Sunny with the Straw Hats. There, Itsuka and Momo were training harder than they were before we went after Stain to give me the best understanding that they found out too. We'll be going to a meeting today in about an hour about the Arlong situation. Frankie and Brook will stay back to help you two with the rest of the work. I'm coming with you. I stopped Luffy midway for everyone to look at me. This isn't a game, kid. We're dealing with fishmen. They're not your run-of-the-mill pirates. This guy is even more dangerous than Stain was. I glared at Nami with nothing but anger in my eyes. I don't care. This Arlong guy came and messed with one of my friends. As far as I'm concerned, he just crossed a line and made this personal. Sue might have not been a close friend to me, but she still is a friend in my book, and I refuse to let this bastard do something like this and get away with it. Luffy walked in front of me to begin speaking. And if we don't let you, then I'll go on my own. I can at least fight this guy without a quirk, so I won't be breaking a law since I have a license to go after pirates. Both of us had a stare down for a minute before Luffy gave a large smile. I like you, kid. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? To be honest, I wanted to bring you along either way. But I didn't know just how far you'd want to go to help a friend. Now that I know, I think it's best for you to come along. You can't be serious. Nami was arguing a bit for Luffy to not pay as much attention. Arlong nearly tore all of us apart the last time we faced him. We'll be fine, but the kid might not be. First off, I have a name. Second, I'm 20. Third, I can cut a city in half just by touching the handle on my katana. Kid doesn't really suit me. You stay out of this. If he's gonna do this either way, then I say we let him. Zoro spoke up for Sanji and Jinbei to agree. Mosshead's got a point. Better he joins in with us instead of doing something that might make more of an issue. Personally, I'd rather take care of stopping Arlong myself after my mistake last I faced him. But I can tell with the fire in his eyes that this kid's going to take him on even if we said no. 6. I turned to Momo and Itsuka, who held a look as if they were prepared to start this ordeal along with me. You still can back out of this. I'm not twisting either of your wrists to, I'm going in if you're going in. Itsuka began running her finger down the edge of her naginata. Besides, this became personal for you, so now it's personal for me. The same applies for me. Sue is our classmate, so we need to help her. Then it's settled. They're joining in on our battle. Are you an idiot? Both Usopp and Nami punched Luffy's head to put him into the floorboards. You ask that question every time you hit him for the past 5 years. I'm pretty sure the answer is abundantly clear by now. Sanji sighs seeing the two of them beat the captain senseless. Besides, if something goes bad then we'll jump in. Those fishmen have nothing on our super skills. Frankie started to pose for many to just sigh. Fine. Let's just go. Nami finally gave in for us to weigh anchor and head off to the rendezvous point for everyone. 2 hours later, once we arrived at where we'd meet up with everyone, me, Momo, and Itsuka stood behind the Straw Hats before catching a glimpse of 2 others that were taking part in this. Ochako? Kacchan? They glanced over to smile. Guess we weren't the only ones that wanted to help Frog Girl out. I heard you took on the hero killer Izuku. Are you okay? Better after we make sure Sue's safe. Oh my, seems I finally get to meet the man that has Uravity quite smitten. I turned my head to see a woman that looked as if she was an absolute flawless image of beauty. Obviously not as beautiful as Ochako, Momo, or Itsuka, but she was quite the charming woman. Ms. Hancock, this is Izuku, Momo, and Itsuka. The 3 I told you about. Also the angry guy here is Bakugo. I heard that round face. Seems we get to meet again, Midoriya. I turned to the other side to see Vice Admiral Smoker and Captain Tashigi. Nice to see you both again as well. We should probably get moving. Everyone is here ready to start. Once we went inside, I noticed Hawkeye, Mr. Aizawa, the Big 3, and a bunch of other heroes inside. Now that we have everyone, let's begin with the report from the Marines. Vice Admiral, if you'd please. Smoker stood up to read a report he obtained from Marine Headquarters. A few weeks ago, Fishman Arlong along with his officers Karubi, Hatchin, and Shu had escaped from their prison and impelled down and entered this world through the end of the Grand Line. It is unclear how he escaped, however the 4 have also obtained a dozen fishmen to join them and are currently held up somewhere within the waters outside of Japan due east. We were able to get a sonar location of them before they escaped on the ship of the pro-hero Selkie's ship to be near a remote island off the lower tip of Japan. So basically, you Marines screwed up. Smoker wasn't exactly proud of the comment Sanji made and was prepared to fight. Fortunately, Hawkeye stepped in. Selkie. Would you please tell us what had happened during the time we have no record of the fishmen to your knowledge? The SEAL Pro gave a deep sigh before starting. It started when we got a call from a Marine about someone entering into this world. 4 few days earlier, Selkie Pov. Since our hero agency was the closest to the last spotting of the group, me and my men had taken it upon ourselves to find out about this. We're dealing with people from the Grand Line. Be on your toes, everyone. Yes, sir. I glanced over at my sidekick Sirius and our work study Froppy. Froppy, you stay near Sirius and do what she tells you to do. If anything goes wrong, follow her instructions. Yes, sir. Before we could react, our boat stopped immediately as if we hit something. What was that? I walked out of the inner part of our ship to look near the front to see nothing whatsoever. What did we hit? One of my men glanced down to see nothing either. I don't know, sir. Nothing should be out here. Can the ship still head out? It doesn't seem like we've sustained any damage to the hull or the rudders, so we should be able to. I started to walk back to the inside of the ship before one of my men shouted. Captain, we've got company. I glanced back to see a bunch of fishmen climbing aboard our ship smirking. Hello, little human. We are commandeering this ship in the name of the Arlong pirates. So long as you and your crew leave here at once, we will let you escape with your puny lives. Glancing down, I noticed one of my crewmen under the one that looked like a shark's foot. Get your filthy foot off one of my crew. I charged at him for this guy that looked like a stingray to use some kind of martial arts on me. He didn't cause as much problems until this other guy that reminded me of some kind of seahorse shot highly pressured water at me. The impact was enough to send me into the side of the ship. And here I thought a hero of this world would be difficult. It would appear that even with quirks, a puny weak human is still no match against the mighty fishmen. He and the other fishmen started laughing before a bullet nearly missed his head. Get you and your crew off our boat this instant. Glancing up, I saw Cyrus and Froppy holding rifles. That was a warning shot. The next one will be implanted in your skull. This seemed to anger the shark man to the point he walked towards the two. You little humans think you can beat me? How dare you? He jumped right at them to take a chunk of steel out of the ship behind them with only his bare teeth. I will show you just how weak and pitiful you two truly are. He immediately grabbed both to slam them into the ship to render them unable to fight anymore. Where's all that talk now, huh? Are you that weak without guns that you can't beat me without them? Get away from them. I gave a solid punch to the fishman's face for him to become even more enraged. He grabbed my head to slam it repeatedly into the ship until I was semi-conscious. Any final words before I kill you? I could barely breathe, let alone speak before he held a gun to my head. At that moment, I thought I was going to die. Stop. Both of us glanced over to see Froppy shout. Don't hurt him anymore. Please. She had a bit of blood coming off her head before the fishman walked over. He held his gun to Froppy's head while smiling. Tell me, human. How far would you be willing to go to save everyone here? Would you give your life instead of him giving his own? Please, just run away. If you promise to let everyone go, then fine. Froppy. Stop. Sirius got up for the bastard to make a deal with them. Very well, I shall spare this human and the rest of them on board so long as you two remain as members of the Arlong pirates. If you refuse, we will not hesitate to kill every one of these pathetic human scum including you. Fine. If we can help them, then I'll live with it, Ribbit. Stop, don't. I struggled to get up before the fishman grabbed me by my neck. I have no use for you now, human. I hope there are no sharks where I throw you. He tossed me over the side along with the rest of my crew to leave with Froppy and Sirius. We floated out in the water for a few hours before a coast guard came to rescue us. Back to present, Izuku Pov. Once I heard that Sue sacrificed herself for this bastard to spare Selkie and the rest of the crew, my blood began to boil. Because of recent events, each and every fishman in Arlong's crew has been given a 2 million berry bounty, with Karubi's bounty being raised from 9 million to 12 million, Hatchin's from 8 million to 11 million, Shu's from 5.5 million to 10 million, and Arlong's from 20 million to 60 million. So this bastard's grown in danger by the world government. Fantastic. Also, who was it that gave you the intel, Selkie? The pro thought before speaking. I think his name was Nezumi or something. Yeah, that's right. Colonel Nezumi was his title. Nami's face soured when the name of the Marine came up. There was an issue with this marine some time back, now this happened. I'll be placing a report into HQ when we're over here. The marine and pro sat back down for the chief of the Coast Guard to speak up. Due to this intel, we have gathered you all here to start a raid on this fishman immediately. If you do not wish to participate, then we will allow you to leave. Nobody said anything for everyone to silently say they were in. The raid will begin in 2 hours. Prepare your ships and yourselves to head out. When we were in the halls, Bakugo was the first to speak up. This fucking asshole's going down. To be honest, I wouldn't care if he died. We all looked behind us to see Nami walk over. Demon. Arlong isn't someone to take lightly. He tortured my hometown of Kokoyashi village back when I was a child and forced me into servitude for his crew. She turned to her tattoo of a pinwheel and a tangerine to hold her hand over it. Even though this covers it, I can still feel that disgusting tattoo under it. Almost as if he's still laughing and mocking me underneath. I don't know what you're going to do, but you need to save your friend before she's forced to become what I was before becoming a member of Luffy's crew. Can you do that? I pulled both my swords out to hold in front of Nami. On my will as a swordsman and as a temporary member of the Straw Hats, I will take down Arlong. I will save Sue and Sirius. And most importantly, I will end the nightmare of Arlong once and for all by throwing him into a hole that he won't get out of. Nami started to smile before patting my head. You're a good friend to this Sue girl. Don't ever let that friendship die with her. She walked away for me to smile. I'm lucky to have someone like her as a friend. Kacchan immediately pulled me into a chokehold to fight me on my claim. Just remember this, Deku, you can't die to anyone until I beat you. And with what I learned from Vice Admiral Smoker, that gap you have isn't so much of a gap anymore. Don't think I slacked off either, Kacchan. I'm still better than you and I'll prove that any time, anywhere, any day. Them's fighting words. We smirked at one another before I had someone hug my side. Don't think you're leaving me behind, Izuku. I found a way to catch up to you, Itsuka, and Bakugo, and I'm ready to show it off to you all. Now this I gotta see. We started going over what we were going to do in order to deal with the Arlong pirates before our agencies we were with asked us to come over to prepare. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Paw, I had watched Izuku walk towards the Straw Hats ship, noticing something about him. He seems to have grown stronger. That's good. Hawkeye, you ready? Aizawa had come towards me to mention it was that time. Yes, but I'd personally like to only watch this unfold. We had walked towards my boat for Aizawa to ask. What do you mean by you only wanna watch? I mean, I wish to witness Izuku's growth myself by the side. I overheard what he could do against Stain, and now he is dealing with a fishman on his own home field advantage. The sea. This will be something to show just how far he has come as both a swordsman and a fighter. So you're staying back in order to watch your son and see how much he's grown? Yes. While setting off, Aizawa had one final question. If you wanted Midoriya to go with the Straw Hats to learn hockey, why didn't you have Inko teach him? Let's just say, I have my reasons and so does she. Prepare yourself, my son, for this will be a test of how far you have grown. Hold nothing back. Izuku Paw. As the setup for the invasion went underway, me, Momo, Itsuka, and the rest of the crew of the Strafuts began to sail out to the destination of where the stolen ship was last spotted. On the way, we were met by a marine vessel and another ship pulled by what looked like sea snakes. Hey Izuku, you ready? I glanced over to the ship with the sea snakes to see Hancock and Ochako on it. Oh, I'm itching to cut me up some bastard pirates. I started to pull out my blades a bit before I heard Kacchan scoff. By the time I'm on the ship, there won't be any fishmen for you to fight, Deku. We both smirked before Luffy ran over to look at Kacchan for a minute. WOA, you look so cool. Is this really the time to be doing this? Momo stated this as we began to head near a bunch of other ships. I couldn't believe how many of a turnout this was. I could see ships belonging to the Heart Pirates, the Fire Tank Pirates, some pro heroes, and Mom on Hawkeye's ship. Hi sweetie. Mom, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. She smiled and laughed a bit at this for it to only surprise everyone. It's all right, Izuku. I can manage myself, and if she cannot, I shall be there as support. Hawkeye stated this with Mr. Aizawa and a woman with pink hair and some kind of umbrella walking over. So this is your son Hawkeye. Didn't expect him to look so scruffy. What was that you said about Izuku? The girls began to argue with the unknown woman as Zoro came over. Perona, did you get what I asked? Could you at least talk to me a little better instead of saying hey? ... And I did. The girl now known as Perona threw something wrapped up over to Zoro for him to unwrap it and show it was a sword. The legendary demon blade Muramasa. Said to be cursed and will kill its owner if they deem them unworthy to wield it. Don't know what you plan to do with that, but go right ahead and cut your head off for all I care. Zoro smiled at this before tossing the blade at me. Izuku, think fast. I grabbed it to pull the blade out from its sheath to marvel at the craftsmanship. 11. That sword was forged by legend from the blood of a demon that was killed near the minerals used to create that sword. They say that it's because the demon's soul is trapped within the blade that many who hold the sword die by its end. From what I was also told, the blade can ignite blood like a flint to lighter fluid. Wait, so you gave him a cursed blade? And I have two of them. Usopp and Nami hit Zoro over the head in anger. He isn't you though. Well, I came into this hoping to fight with everything I had, so it would be a waste to not use it. I pulled the blade out of its sheath completely and held my arm out. Izuku, what are you doing? Itsuka asked as I smiled. I wonder what's stronger, the blade's curse, or my luck. I threw the sword up in the air with it rotating for everyone's heart to stop. Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka looked at me in fear as it came down. It looked like the blade was going to slice my arm off before it moved to have the end just miss my arm and impale the deck of the ship under my arm. 1-8. Thank you for the gift, Zoro. It won't go to waste. Nicely done, kid. Couldn't have done it better myself. Wait a second, didn't you do that with your cursed sword? Tashigi asks, turning to the moss head. Yep, great swordsmen think alike. To be fair, I did that too with my first cursed weapon as well. Hawkeye adds in, I'm surrounded by idiots. Nami groans, pinching the bridge of her nose. 26. Alright, we're facing fishmen, so we'll need to be extra careful. Surgeon, we need you to make a zone around the ship and prevent any fishmen from escaping. Fire tank pirates, keep a perimeter around the zone in case the enemy does try to escape. Meanwhile, a small group of the Strafut pirates, Kuja pirates, and the fleet under Vice Admiral Smoker will infiltrate the area to retrieve the hostages. When that is done, we have orders to fire on the ship and sink it along with the pirates aboard. A member of the police stated this for two of the three groups to begin their role. I've always wanted to go fishing. I stayed with a smirk, causing others to groan at the pun. You're not going with that group. Nami points this out for everyone to look at her. If anyone understands Arlong as well as his crew, it's me. Don't think you can win against him, and don't think that I'll allow you to go anywhere near him. I don't care if you think poorly of me, but I'm the voice of reason here, and if you go and get hurt, we pay for your expenses and we lose our money. Should have figured that was her logic. The guys said this before getting a hit on the head. Let him go. I'm sending Tashigi and Bakugo, so why not Demon, Kriti, and Battle Fist? Smoker butted in along with Hancock joining in. I am certain that Uravity can handle this as well. So do not think poorly of them. Since when would you all have to pay for us getting hurt? You have Chopper and he's a doctor, plus this week alone I've seen Sanji lose more blood than humanly possibly on several occasions. Nami thought of this before groaning and accepting. Fine, but don't blame me when we're back in debt. Is money all this woman thinks about? I start heading to the rowboats with Itsuka and Momo before uniting with Kacchan, Tashigi, and Ochako. It's nice to see you again, Green Demon. I heard you've gotten stronger since last time. I have, and I'm ready to take on the son of a bitch who wanted to hurt my friend. We began rowing to the ship with the members of the Fishman pirates attempting to shoot at the barrier they were in. This failed on their end with the cannonballs bouncing off the wall and into the water. So where are we entering on the ship? The stern. There's a blind spot and I noticed there weren't any fishmen in the area. Me and Kacchan nodded at Tashigi's input before rowing to the back of the ship. There, Momo made a grappling hook for us to sneak aboard. To try and avoid any major issues, Tashigi stayed at the bottom of the boat to keep the number of people on the ship at 5. Not as many to slow us down, but not too little where a fight would be an issue. As we came to the entrance to below deck, two fishmen walked out having some kind of argument. Arlong, This is too far. I did everything you asked, so let the two girls and my friends go. One was without a doubt Arlong, while the other looked like the octopus Hatchin. How many times have I told you, Hachi? When the Arlong Empire is free to bloom in this world, we'll part ways. That wasn't the original deal though. You promised Kami and Papig would be free if I got you out of our world and into this one. Was that it? I don't remember it so well. Ahahaha. You. The octopus seemed enraged with the fact the two weren't on good terms, maybe coming to our advantage later. We kept heading downward to see some of the fishmen still lingering to sneak past them. Once we got to the prison cells for villains, we noticed Sue, Selkie, and two others that looked like a mermaid and a starfish. Sue. Getting her attention, Sue looked up to see us. What are you all doing here? We came to rescue you. Her face went dark at the comment Ochako made before saying something. It's pointless. No matter what, we're doomed here. I couldn't imagine what Sue had to go through in order to say there's nothing worth trying to escape. We'll get you out in a minute. Just wait. Momo made a lock pick for the cell before opening it. When she did, we walked into the cell to try and help her up. When we did, I noticed something on Sue's arm. Sue, what's that? 3, 5, she started to cry before explaining. As I said, it's pointless to free us. We're doomed to never escape Arlong. Every fiber of my being was telling me to hack Arlong to bits for what he did. I wanted to make him suffer for hurting a friend of mine before taking a deep breath. Come on, grab the other two. From what the octopus said, they're being held here against their will. Kachin grabbed the starfish and Itsuka grabbed the mermaid before we began to leave. Once we got above deck, however, we were met with the army of fishmen as well as Arlong standing in front of us. You thought you were very clever, little human. But little did you know, we've known you were on this ship and we were waiting for the best moment to rise your hopes up and destroy them. He started laughing before Hatchin came over. Kami. Are you okay? A stingray guy that looked like Karubi grabbed the back of his shirt before pulling Hatchin back. Get your act together and get ready for a fight. If you don't, I don't think we can guarantee that your little girlfriend will be fine. His fists shook before standing up. Forgive me. The octopus whispered this for some reason before grabbing his swords. So what now, Arlong? You're cornered. You have an army of ships out there with the chances of you escaping being next to impossible. Whether you like it or not, you're going down today for good. He smiled at me before speaking. Maybe, but I'll have my fun killing you humans first. He charged at me to send me into the distance and hit the ledge. Prepare yourself, human, for you are about to see the almighty power of what a fishman can really do. I groaned before speaking. Great, now I can get to try out my new sword. I smiled while pulling out my blades. Third person Pav. As Izuku's fight with Arlong began, the other members of the Arlong pirates began charging at everyone. Take them down and show them what the Arlong pirates can do. The fishmen began attacking with Bakugo using his explosions to keep them at bay. Hatchin, stop the kid. But, do it. The octopus fishman didn't like the idea, but went right in to send Bakugo down into the lower parts of the ship. Son of a bitch, please, just leave and nobody has to get hurt that doesn't deserve to. Hatchin looked at the ash blonde in desperation. From the argument before, Bakugo began to piece together what was happening. You're being forced to, aren't you? Hatchin held his blades up preparing for a fight. Maybe, but I can't let my friends down. They're counting on me to free them, and in order to do that, Arlong and everyone need to escape alive. Bakugo came at the fishman with his blades ready to intercept. Bacon top of the deck. 9. Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka began preparing to face the fishmen, with each one trying to take down as many as possible. Sadly, they hit a snag when Karubi came to attack Itsuka with fishman karate. This separated her from the group to face the stingray fishman alone. So you can fight, but can you actually beat someone worth a fight? Itsuka held her naginata out in front of her, pointed at the fishman. Try me. Karubi came at her with Itsuka swinging upwards in hopes to make pull back. This didn't work, however, with Karubi moving to the side and giving her a solid punch to the side. The orange-haired woman slid back before recovering to dodge a kick that destroyed part of the ship to come right at Karubi with a forward thrust. The fishman took advantage of his turning momentum to grab the naginata and use his hair to whip Izuku across the face to cut her cheek. So what are you going to do without this? Kurubi tossed the weapon behind him, forcing Izuku to fight hand to hand. Meanwhile, Ochako had been separated as well by Chu, who she was trying to keep from hitting her with high-pressure water shots. If one of those hits me, I'm done for. You won't escape me so easily. Chu came back to punch her into the stomach to send Ochako back. You might be strong for a human, but you're still nothing compared to a fishman, Chu. The brunette grunted before getting up to continue her assault. She tried to fight as Hancock had instructed her, using her body's natural fluid motions as a woman to her advantage before getting towards Chu to give him a solid kick to the side. This unfortunately did nothing besides giving the fishman something to grab as he reached for Ochako's leg and threw her across the ship into the front. Now what are you going to do, human? As this went on, Momo had to struggle with several fishmen attacking her and the captives they were trying to save for nothing to be working. No matter how many times she attacked the enemies, she wasn't strong enough to harm them to take them down and keep them down. Across the ship, Izuku wasn't having any better luck as Arlong was far faster and stronger than Izuku for him to struggle even landing a hit. Is this the best you can do, human? You're pathetic. Izuku panted as he got up, realizing that now he had to go all out and use what he learned within the week with Zoro and the Strafuts. 2. You know something, Arlong, you were exactly what I needed. He pulled his sleeves up to reveal weights on his limbs before letting them go. Thanks to his hardcore training regimen, Izuku's total weight on average was over a ton on average. Now time for the second part. Pulling Muramasa out, Izuku placed the cursed blade in his mouth as well as holding his two other blades up. 3-sword style. I've been waiting to find someone worthy to test my training with this on. Meanwhile, everyone on the ship was preparing to show what else they knew from their training. Bakugo found himself excited as he could show what he learned. Guess I'm using what Cigar Man taught me. Hachin came at Bakugo for him to shout and disappear. Shave. He reappeared behind Hachin before putting his finger out. Finger pistol. This stopped Hachin, but it didn't for long. Time to see what this Rokushiki shit can really do. 8. On Momo's side, she decided to clear her mind and listen to the voices around. Right. She dodged and struck an attack on the right. 2 left. She did the same, taking on 2 different fishmen on the left. 3 forward and 1 above. She used the one above as a shield before sending all 4 out of the direction. I won't let you lay a finger on these 4. Itsuka began calming her breathing with what looked like a strange vibration happening in her hands. That won't do much against me. Kurubi came at Itsuka with his fist, doing next to no damage for Itsuka to put her hand out and send the fishman across the ship. Looking at her, Kurubi saw Itsuka take a fighting stance used in fishman karate. Time to see what Jinbei's training can do. Along with them, Ochako started to smile. Why are you smiling, human? Are you giving up? Ochako held her fist to the ground and her hand on her knee. I have to thank Izuku and Bakugo when I get the chance. It's because of what they could do in the sports festival that made me wanna get stronger. Strong enough to become just as powerful as them and help when the time came. Now is that time. Her veins began to pulse upwards through her suit, with the ones in her head and hands being shown. Eventually, her body became red and began steaming. On the inside, however, her blood was pumping at an inhumanly high rate. It's not perfect since I don't have the gum fruit. But it's close enough to the original where my mind fruit can do almost the same thing. Congratulations, Chu, you'll know what it feels like to have a fist with the blood pressure of someone doing twice the amount humanly possible could do. Let's go. Second gear. 1 week prior with Ochako, third person Pav. Alright, allow me to explain a trick I'm going to have you learn. Today, I'll teach you a trick called gears. Ochako looked completely confused. What are gears? They're techniques that my darling uses in order to become stronger. The first of his gears is second gear. This is where he increases the size of his red blood cells in order to have his base stats increase. Due to him being made of rubber, this has less strain on him. But that doesn't mean this isn't a double-edged sword. Ochako heard this carefully as Hancock explained. The more he does this, the more time he cuts off his lifespan. For a normal human, This will become even more difficult since their bodies aren't meant to do this. But why am I trying to if you know it's not going to work? Hancock looked at Ochako and smiled. Unlike most humans, you can affect people with your mind. Have you wondered what would happen if you directed that power inwards to yourself? Ochako never thought about it, but maybe she could use her devil fruit on herself in order to make herself different. Paramesha devil fruits must be extremely open to ideas to become stronger due to their power varying. Back to present. No matter what you do, this power won't be enough to beat me, Chu. Ochako held her left hand up and pulled her right fist back. Not sure what to expect, Chu prepared himself for the attack. Jet. Too fast for anyone to see, Ochako came at Chu and socked him in the gut. Punch. The fishman didn't expect this to lose the wind in his lungs. He went flying into the railing of the ship to make a dent into the steel. What the hell was da? Before he could finish his train of thought, Ochako came at him with a roundhouse to the face. Jet sweep. The hit was strong enough that it sent Chu right off the ship and directly at the Kuja pirate ship. Thanks to the skirmish, the barrier was able to be dropped for him to land directly in front of the pirate empress herself. Who placed this disgusting beast in front of me? Hancock kicked the barely conscious Chu to the side for him to finally lose his ability to think. What's wrong with these women? 1. Back on the ship, Itsuka had taken on Karubi. You think just cause you know the basics to fishman karate, you'll be a match to me. You're sorely mistaken. Both came at one another with Itsuka avoiding the attacks. She came below the fishman martial artist before using armament haki to his chest. This acted as a force towards Karubi, who forcibly was slid a bit away. So you know some tricks, not BAOOF. His speech was stopped by a solid punch to the face. You probably didn't know this, but I already had a large bit of knowledge on martial arts where fishman karate wasn't as complicated to learn as it would for most. Itsuka came at Karubi to give an uppercut to the jaw before hitting his chest with the palm of her hand. This caused a shockwave to knock Karubi to the ground with his insides feeling like they were hit by a bus. That's impossible that a human can use fishman karate at this level. Itsuka went over to her Naginata before explaining. It's not just fishman karate I was using. Jinbei told me right off the bat that won't do much. Flashback to 1 week ago with Itsuka. Fishman karate. It's a martial arts style where fishmen are able to use the water inside their opponent as a weapon against them. Jinbei explained while going over what's special about the martial arts. Most beings are made of almost all of their body's physical makeup of water. Fishman karate works on creating ripples in this water where even one that is unable to have physical damage done to them, this allows one to injure them. Amazing. Itsuka looked at her hand before being told one extra thing. Being human, however, you won't be able to use it nearly as well as a fishman since this was meant to be used for fishmen. So if I'm going to face a fishman that knows it and is at the same level as me, I'm done for. Not necessarily, for I will also teach you the basics of armament haki. Since your background knowledge in martial arts takes half the battle away in learning fishman karate, you'll be able to pick it up faster than most beginning it. But for armament, it works on a somewhat similar guideline in its base form. But instead of using your energy to make ripples in the flow of water, consider it more as you're making a barrier with your energy. Sounds simple in base measures. 1. Back to present. As Ochako and Itsuka finished up, Momo kept avoiding blow after blow of fishmen trying to attack. How is she doing this? She kept avoiding attack after attack to use them or her own attacks to defeat other fishmen. When they went unconscious, Momo held a smile on her face knowing she was able to handle all this. Yaoyorozu, that was amazing. Sue looked to marvel at her friend's skill as she smiled. Ms. Robin would be able to do what I did much faster, but this is a start. What did you do? Selkie looked around to see no fishman conscious. Just what was this she did? Both women thought as Momo began making ropes to tie up the fishmen. Flashback 1 week ago with Momo. Observation haki is a very powerful skill as you've most likely discovered by your friends showing in the sports festival. However, it requires an immense amount of concentration in order to do this. If you happen to lose your train of concentration, you will be unable to use it. Obtaining a bit of understanding of how to use the power for herself. What exactly does this power do? I obtained a base understanding from what Izuku used, but I never learned what it initially was. In short, it uses the natural energy to hear and watch the events around you. You can do it to see the things around you and hear the attacks one will be able to do. You can also use it in an advanced form to see attacks into the future within a few seconds to tell what is going to happen. That's amazing. However, the same rule is required for you to need complete concentration, with the more advanced needing far more. So this week, we will focus mainly on your ability to control observation haki even during stressful moments. Momo understood to nod before following Robin down below deck where they could begin. Back to present. As things were finished up above deck, Bakugo had begun working on trying to end the battle between him and Hatchin. Please just leave. I don't want anyone else to get hurt. The octopus man kept attacking and intentionally missing Bakugo. Moonwalk. Bakugo used the air under him as a foothold before pivoting his body to target Hatchin's blades to destroy them. Die. The act shattered them and left the fishman unarmed. Trying to finish this, the ash blonde held his hand, making small explosions to prove he wasn't messing around to Hatchin's face. Give up takoyaki, before I make you into a roasted octopus. Hatchin began to cry before nodding. It wasn't supposed to be this way. All Arlong said was that we were going to this world to avoid the world government and my friends would be free. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I just followed to help the people I care about. The tears he had were only outspoken by a shout. Leave Hatchin alone. 1. Bakugo turned around to see the mermaid and starfish behind him. Kami, Papagu, stay back please. The two got in front of the ash blonde trying to protect Hatchin. Hatchin didn't do this because he wanted to. Yeah. Arlong came to Fishman Island wanting him to join with Hatchin, refusing until he threatened Kami and me. He promised to help get Arlong here if he swore to let us go the second we got here. But unlike our friend, Arlong didn't keep his end of the bargain and kept us hostage even after taking this ship. Please, just let them go. I'll go with you if you promise that Kami and Papagu can go free. Bakugo was in between a rock and a hard place. He knew Hatchin was needed to be arrested for causing problems, but the fishman didn't do it because he wanted to. Not only that, but where do Kami and Papagu stand in all this? If he would arrest Hatchin, they'd be in this world completely alone, with the law taking one of their friends into custody for helping keep them safe. What would Cigar Man do during this? Flashback 1 week ago with Bakugo. What's my moral compass? Why the fuck do you care? Everyone in this world has their own moral code. For the majority, we regularly align with the law. But on occasion, it tends to steer differently if it has to. So let me ask you, what does your moral compass point towards? Will you follow what the law says like a dog and damn an innocent victim, or take pity on a crook in the eyes of the law? Bakugo thought of this before Smoker lit a cigar. Give it a little time. Not all of life's problems for you can be solved just by following the left or the right. Sometimes to follow your path, you need to see the center as a route. Back to present. So this is what Cigar Man meant by a time when my moral compass points towards something different than the law. Bakugo sighed before he grabbed Hatchin by the head. Come with me, Octopus Man. Let him go. Kami tried to pull Hatchin away with her starfish pet teacher assisting. Let him go, kid. He didn't do anything to deserve this treatment. He even tried to help the blue-haired girl and frog girl by making sure they were at least eating right. Will you two shut up? I'm not taking him to be arrested. Both stopped when they heard this. The four came back above deck where Ochako, Itsuka, and Momo were finishing up their end. Oi, frog girl. Everyone turned to see Bakugo with Hatchin in his hands. What can you tell me about the octopus? These two here said he helped you both even though he's part of the crew that kidnapped you. Sue looked at the octopus fishman before answering. Unlike the other fishmen, he was at least trying to help us. He even fought Arlong on the fact that this wasn't right to do first and demanded us be let go. He might not be bright, but he's not bad. Good enough for me. Bakugo walked to the side of the boat before seeing Smoker's marine ship. Mermaid and Starfish, hang on to Octopus Man and make sure to give the guy with the cigars in his mouth this note. The ash blonde gave Kami a note before her and Papagu were held onto by Hatchin. Wait, there's no boats. How are we gonna go to hell? Bakugo used an explosion to launch the three into the distance with them screaming. That might have been a little too much. Itsuka points this out for him to scoff. Whatever, I'm going to watch Deku kick the Sharkboy knockoff's ass. 2. On the hero ships, the trio of rocketed fish folk came crashing down into the front deck of Smoker's ship. The crew prepared for the worst as Hatchin got up to see the Marines. Smoker got in front with his plume fruit prepared for anything. Ow, that kid really needs to learn how to be nicer. Kami got up to see Smoker smoking his cigars to go hopping towards him. Mr. Marine, I have a note from a mean spiky blonde-haired guy for you. She gave the note to him that explained the situation and to pardon Hatchin from the situation with him explaining everything later. Stand down men. Octopus Hatchin wasn't our enemy and joined Arlong for specific reasons. They did this as Luffy and the Straw Hats noticed their old friends. Hey, Hatchin, Kami, Papagoo, what are you doing here? They turned to see their friends and smile knowing they at least found some kind of light at the end of the tunnel. It's a long story, but we're sure as glad to see you again. As they reunited, Hawkeye and Inko watched the fight through binoculars to see Izuku holding his own and the fishmen tied up. It would seem this fight is coming to an end quickly. Back on the ship, Izuku had came at Arlong with his blades for the Sharkman to dodge and try to punch him in the process. This was dodged before getting a solid kick to the stomach to force Izuku to slide back. When he recovered, Arlong tried to bite his head off to sink his teeth directly into the steel rim of the ship and tear a piece off like it was nothing. If even one bite sinks into me, he'll bite through my bones like it was nothing. They stopped when everyone reunited behind Izuku. It's over, Arlong. Give up and surrender peacefully. You're outmatched even if you somehow beat us. Momo states this to only enrage the fishman even more. How dare you think that I'll surrender? His eyes became that of a predator's before shouting. To a bunch of insignificant little human scum like you. I am a fishman. The greatest of the evolution species. No human will be able to defeat me. He turned to the group before spotting his prey. If I can't win, then I'll just have to take one of you down with me. He lunged to the group for everyone to prepare for him. In his movements, Izuku realized his target to panic. You cheap son of a bitch. Izuku got in front of Sue for Arlong's teeth to sink directly into his shoulder. Ah! He shouted in pain as him and Arlong went over the side of the boat. In the scuffle, the young swordsman was able to knock Arlong off by knocking his head into the side of the ship and avoid his arm from being ripped off. They fell into the water with everyone running over to where they went down. Izuku, I saw something fall in. What happened? Tashigi came over to see everyone look down to the water. He dragged him down. Who dragged who down? Ochako looked in horror as she answered. Arlong took Izuku underwater. Bakugo immediately took his gear off to prepare a rescue operation. Don't even try it, Bakugo. Tashigi stopped the ash blonde for him to snap. He's down there with his fucking arm bleeding. How the hell do you think he'll survive? I understand, but right now the situation is even worse. Where humans can't fight well underwater as they can on dry land, fishmen don't have that problem. Right now, you'd be a sitting duck if you go down there. Deep in the water, Izuku felt himself sink down with him barely able to get any air in his lungs. Damn it, he outsmarted me. I knew a pathetic human like you would save your weak kind. All you do is cling to one another like it's nothing and then cast them away when they lose purpose to you. Izuku heard Arlong, but couldn't tell where he was. Now that you're in the water though, you're chum. He came charging at Izuku's side for him to just avoid a large portion of his gut from being ripped apart. However, there still was a notable gash in his stomach that wasn't helped with him being underwater. On land, you might have been able to beat me. But we're in the ocean now. So you're not able to use your skills. As for me however, he came at Izuku's calf to slice into that. Son of a bitch, I don't need to worry of that. Attack after attack, Arlong kept charging at Izuku forcing him to feel the pain and avoiding major spots just to make him suffer. Did you enjoy my insignia on the two humans? Now they'll never be able to escape my crew. They are forever my underlings until the day they die. Like you will down here. The attacks continued with the amount of pain Izuku was in keeping him from fighting. He tried to get above water to at least breathe, but Arlong knocked him deeper down whenever he tried. Izuku's vision was becoming blurry and the amount of blood he was losing wasn't helping. Damn it, I can't breathe. He started to lose his ability to move again for Arlong to give a finishing blow. Time to die, kid. The fishman pointed his attack to Izuku for his nose to pierce his heart. As he came close, however, a strange green flame came out of the blade in Izuku's mouth to swing at him. What? We're underwater. That should be impossible. Arlong stopped to see what looked like the embodiment of a demon behind Izuku. For the first time in his life, the fishman felt absolute fear in a human. A man. In Izuku. Ah! Izuku shouted under the water and charged at Arlong. Whatever you did will prove nothing. You're still far below the surface too. The fishman was cut off by a clash in the water coming directly at him. He felt his cheek to realize it forces him to draw blood. Gee, that should be impossible. You should be dying right now. Izuku swam towards Arlong with the help of OFA to skewer his stomach with his 3 blades. As he did, the feeling of his blood boiling brought the fishman to an unbearable pain to scream in pain. The force of the lunge brought the two out of the water and into the air for everyone to see. I refuse to lose to a tiny human. Arlong sent another punch at Izuku for it to hit Muramasa and slice his knuckles. As it did this, the blood that trickled down caught fire. Ah, what the hell is this thing? What are you, boy? The man that will become the next greatest swordsman. Izuku pulled Kandana and Chujutsu out to cover the blades with his blood. With that as a catalyst, Izuku pulled all 3 of his blades together for them all to catch fire. 3-sword style special technique. He charged to slash Arlong in the chest to light him on fire and send him into an immeasurable pain. Lucifer's Hellfire. The attack sent Arlong flying into the air and right into Hawkeye's ship. The fishman was about to hit Inko before she held her hand out to stop him and send him into the flooring of the ship. Everyone who didn't know who she was marveled as they witnessed a seemingly harmless woman knock a brutal fighter into the ground without even touching her. As this happened, Izuku landed back on the ship shaking in his state of pain and blood loss. Izuku, Deku, Midoriya. Everyone came over to see him still shaking with the flames catching his wounds to shut them. I refuse. I refuse to lose. Izuku pulled the last biter energy he had to scream his final statement. I refuse to lose to a fish like you, Arlong. Ochako Pav. 3. After the battle with Arlong ended, Izuku collapsed with his injuries really bad. Immediately, Momo made gauze to help cover the parts of his body that were bleeding to at least keep him stable enough to not have to worry about his life being at risk. But he needed a doctor right now. Hey, is everyone okay? ? Quote. A bunch of boats came aboard with the Straw Hats being one of the first. We're okay for the most part, but Demon needs a doctor right away. Tashigi said this for what looked like a reindeer to come running over. What happened? We don't know. He was sent overboard by Arlong and then came out after all this happened. Itsuka was on the verge of a panic attack while the reindeer kept going on helping. How is he Chopper? He should be able to heal from this, but he lost a lot of blood. If he's gonna survive, Midoriya needs a blood transfusion. Hawkeye came over to pull the reindeer Chopper and the guy called Zoro out of their conversation. Then take what you need. Wait, what? The swordsman pulled his arm up to where a needle should be put for giving blood with a stoic look on his face. Is that even going to work? Tashigi asked as I clarified. Izuku's blood type is O, so it shouldn't be a problem if he did get any other type. Then there is without a doubt no problem there since I have type O as well. Chopper immediately started hooking Hawkeye to a blood tube so he can give his blood. When he did, the swordsman went to the back to watch everything as if he was just an onlooker. If he asks, I had done nothing in this. What the fuck is with you, Hawkeye? Bakugo got up to speak eye to eye with the swordsman before continuing. You act so damn cold to your only son, yet you do shit like this without even thinking. You told us when the USJ attack happened to tell Deku that he took down the freak show that almost killed him before ripping the thing a new one with his practice blades. You even went so far as to show little emotion towards feats he's done even after all that's happened. Now you go and give him blood he needs without a second thought and act like you didn't do anything. What the fuck is your deal? 6. Hawkeye gave no emotion whatsoever with his answer. As the image of a man who his son swears to defeat one day. His own pride requires me to not give him any form of a handicap. However, that does not mean I should shirk the responsibilities of being his father. If it is in my power to help him, Izuku deserves at least that from me. Everyone was kinda surprised this happened before Bakugo came back to sit beside Izuku. Even though they don't exactly see eye to eye, Izuku pushes Bakugo to get stronger and vice versa. Please get better, Izuku. We waited for about an hour before Chopper stopped to place a blanket over Izuku. He should be fine, but he needs rest for now. Me and the girls breathed a sigh of relief at this. Is he going to be okay? He'll be okay, Hatchin. But why are you here? I thought you were on Fishman Island with Kami. The fishman held his head down before answering. Arlong got out of jail with his pirate crew and headed right to Fishman Island. They wanted me to be part of their crew. But when I refused, they used Kami as a leveraging chip and well. You get the rest. Hatchin seemed really depressed from this, with the mermaid Kami and the starfish defending him with everything he said being right. We questioned what to do before the sound of another ship came our way. I see we've come at the end of everything. We looked out to see a marine ship with what looked like a guy that had the features of a mouse. Nezumi, what's the likes of you doing here? Smoker seemed to be a bit annoyed with the man while I asked Tashigi about him. Who's this guy? Captain Nezumi. He's part of the 16th branch of the Marines located in the East Blue. There's a lot of controversy around him due to an incident regarding the Arlong pirates when they were stationed in the East Blue some years back. To make a long story short, the name, Rat, suits him in my honest opinion from what I've heard. I got curious about this as they continued talking. He spoke of taking the prisoners to the Marine base himself and they'll sort everything out there. Weird. No matter what, Izuku would always have everything situated here with this guy not asking a word of what exactly happened. I wonder what's going on. In curiosity, I used my devil fruit to read Nezumi's mind. When you see any reading in this form, Ochako's reading someone's mind. Bastard fishmen. I knew I couldn't trust them. Maybe I can get some money by sending them to the Sabayati archipelago. I'll even make some kind of lie up to bring the starfish and mermaid along to keep their mouths shut. I'll even tell HQ that they all died with my crew being responsible to get the bounty. All I have to do is give my report before Smoker and Tashigi do. You dirty rotten bastard. I shouted this out for everyone to look at me. I walked up to the Marine to hold him by the collar of his uniform. You were going to tell your superiors that it was all you. Who beat Arlong and take the reward bounty for yourself. What are you talking about, girl? I can read your mind, asshole. I even heard the part where you'll sell all the fishmen on the black market in this Sabayati place before heading back just to make a little extra cash. His men aimed their guns at me with his face showing nothing but absolute rage for being found out. In retaliation, Bakugo, Itsuka, and Momo held their weapons ready to fight. How dare you insult a Marine official of such things? I'll have you killed on the spot if you dare try to. I felt an unimaginable pressure for some reason for my skin to crawl before noticing Nezumi and his men being knocked out. Well, that ended very unkindly. 1. I looked behind to see Mrs. Midoriya walking over to grab the Marine from my hands to toss him back on the ship with his underlings. Just what happened right there? Momo felt shaken to her core, asking with everyone not far behind her. The woman there used Conqueror's Haki. Perona pointed this out with all of us a little surprised. Back on Hawkeye's ship, the woman was able to deflect Arlong when she was coming right at him like it was nothing. She barely even flinched. I don't know who she is, but that lady has more to her than you'd think at first glance. When I heard she knocked Arlong down without much effort, I couldn't believe Izuku's sweet mother could do such a thing. Just what isn't she telling us? 9. Few hours later, third-person POV. After the whole ordeal of the Arlong pirates and Captain Nezumi, Smoker had some of his underlings hold the enemy pirates in a prison cell to keep them from causing some issues. The only pirate among them that was free to go for a pardon was Hatchin due to his, Kami's, Papagu's, and Bakugo's statement. The octopus man was unsure what to do next, so Aizawa put in a request to be an assistant to Lunch Rush in order to keep him afloat until him and his friends sort out what they should do next. As to all Straw Hat victories, everyone who was part of the capture was offered a party with the chefs from all ships working together. The lot used the Sunny since it was the largest ship to hold everyone with them all partying. Meanwhile, Izuku was out cold in a room away from everyone so he could rest up. He soon however woke up to the sound of people outside and slowly got himself out of the bed where he was. What happened? Where am I? He stumbled out of the room to look out and notice the event going on. Everyone was partying with smiles all around. What the hell are you doing out of bed? ? Izuku looked over to see Perona walked over clearly angered with a plate full of takoyaki. You should be resting, you idiot. She started stuffing her face with food while Izuku ignored and looked around. I'm guessing we won. Yep. Izuku glanced to his other side to see Ochako and Itsuka walk over. You really shouldn't be out of bed, Izuku. You aren't in the greatest shape. Izuku smiled at his girlfriends before answering. I'm fine. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Not what we wanna hear. While looking around, Izuku swiped a takoyaki from Perona's plate to tick her off. Hey, that's my food. Get your own. The sauce is amazing. Where'd she get these? Can you stop ignoring me? Over there. The girls pointed towards Hachian and Kami making takoyaki for everyone to confuse Izuku a bit. Long story short, Hachian was a nice guy forced to do what he did. Itsuka summed it up for Izuku to keep walking towards the table. 1. Alright folks. Time for the Frankie dance. Frankie shouted this for him to pull Bakugo, Ochako, Itsuka, and Sirius up to join him. AAAANNNNDD. Sapir RR. The group posed with the group either laughing, confused why they're doing this, or just annoyed as hell they were part of this. What the fuck? EY, chill bro. Nothing to be angered about. We're all people here. Frankie pulled his arms together to make his signature pose. And you're dancing with the freak. I am so not letting him live this one down. Izuku got to the table with a bunch of people cooking alongside Hachian. What's the house favorite? Sanji heard Izuku to look at him a little worried. Should you really be up and about? You looked kinda messed up, kid. I'm fine. So what do you prefer to offer? And Kuja Pirate gave a bowl with some meat inside it. Hachian gave him a stack of takoyaki fresh off the fryer, and Sanji had a bunch of special hose derives that he could use his fingers to eat. Thanks. Now where am I gonna get some beer? Here kid. Zoro passed Izuku a keg for him to happily take it. Thanks. 4. The two walked over to the side where they sat and drank alongside Smoker and Hawkeye, where the four looked as if they were perfectly in sync with eating and chugging the cold alcohol until Tashigi came panicking. Why is Midoriya out of bed? He should be resting. Relax Tashigi. It's probably better he gets some food in him anyway. Smoke said this while having a bit of the Sea King stewed meat that the Kuja were preparing. While he did, Izuku looked around to see Momo enjoying her time talking with the Kuja warriors and Hancock making sure Luffy had plenty to eat. How do you feel, Izuku? Hawkeye asked while taking a sip of his beer. Sore and really tired, but other than that, I'm happy everything worked out. That reminds me kid, here. Smoker gave an envelope with a large sum of cash in it. 6 million yen. That's not counting the bounties of the 4 million yen that Kriti got for the fishmen. 1 million from Uravity, 1.1 for Bakugo, and 1.2 for Battle Fist. Most of what Kriti had though, she gave to Selkie for repairs and for Froppy and Sirius to take off the tattoos of the Arlong pirates to bring her total down to about 1 million yen. 2. I let out a sigh before seeing Sue with some bandages on her shoulder. Thank you for telling me this, sir. I bowed to Smoker as he grabbed my arm for a second. You might also get a bounty from the Marines after all this. Just informing you, a captain of the Marines was not exactly the most forthcoming, and let's just say your mother took care of it. Izuku nodded before walking away. So who exactly is she? His mother, I mean. Zoro asked for Hawkeye to answer. She is the first woman to become a bounty hunter in this world. The 1 billion berry bounty Green Nightmare herself. Smoker spat out what he had in his mouth when he heard the name Green Nightmare. You mean the woman that took out a buster call in this world all by herself? The same. Zoro sat there amazed while drinking his beer. No wonder the kid can use hockey so easily. He's got greatness in his veins to match his overwhelming determination. 18. As they spoke, Ochako, Momo, and Itsuka noticed a small rabbit in the corner with teeth that made it seem carnivorous. 2. Hello little guy, where did you come from? Itsuka knelt down for the rabbit to growl louder. If I remember correctly, this creature is a lapon. A rabbit that eats meat from the Sakura kingdom. They're very dangerous if you face an adult. The creature kept growling for Ochako to read its mind. You came here by accident, didn't you? The two looked at their brunette friend. You can read this thing's mind. Yeah, so long as something has its own ability to think for itself, I can read its mind. She then pulled a small chicken leg off her plate to give the little lapon. It was hesitant before slowly reaching for the chicken. In one bite, it smiled before going in and eating the entire thing. Do you wanna stay with me little guy? Probably easier on you if you're with someone that you can trust. The lapon looked up before nodding. It climbed into Ochako's shoulder to sit on it while being given a piece of stewed sea king. Now what should we call you? Ochako thought for a second before thinking of an idea. I think I'll call you Fluffy. 9. As everything went on, Izuku followed Sue up towards the higher half of the ship. Hey, Sue turned around to see Izuku covered in bandages. Not that I'm happy you're up and about, but shouldn't you be resting? I'm not the type to sit around. Izuku leaned on the railing while watching everything unfold below them. Sue felt absolute anger in herself seeing that all these people had to save her from a pirate. I'm sorry, she spoke up for the young swordsman. You look at her. Why are you apologizing? It's because of me you got hurt as well as it's because of me you all had to fight people like Arlong. If I was even half the hero I should have been, none of this would have happened. Izuku noticed tears coming out of her eyes to hug her. He placed her face in his bandage's chest to surprise the frog girl. If nobody sees you, then they can't see when you're weak. It's good to be strong, but it's also okay to be weak when you don't have to be anymore. These words touched Sue's heart for her tears to finally lose all restraint. She held Izuku and began to sob deeply into him. Izuku let this happen knowing everything that happened probably wasn't easy. However, the nightmare of Arlong was now just a bad memory for Sue to progress past. Third person Pav. The night was restless as the sound of a few ships were traveling into the water. When it reached the shoreline, the ships were placed in a cove away from praying eyes. Captain, we've reached land, a sickened man said while several other members of the crew came out. In the light of the moon, a pirate flag was shown atop the main mast with 3 skulls facing different directions and 2 sets of crossbones behind them. Ziahahaha. Guess the traveling to the final island of the Grand Line was really worth it. Now let's see what this world has to offer. When the face of the man came into view, it was that of a man with a portly image sporting a long black beard with a few teeth missing. This man was known as Marshal D. Teach, or as the world knew him as, the Yanko Blackbeard. 4. 1. Be prepared world, for the king of the pirates has come to greet you. Ziahahaha. 20. The next morning, Izuku Pav. I began to hear my alarm ring for me to get up. Since the days after the fight I was kinda being lazy, I set the alarm early to get a bit of training in. I grabbed something to work out in before walking downstairs. There, I found Kachin, Ochako, Momo, and Sue sitting in the common space. Should have figured you'd do this Deku. Didn't the reindeer tell you to take it easy? Easy won't get me any stronger. I began moving towards the door before it opened to Perona and Brooke for some reason walking in. Of course you'd be up. Get back in that bed and rest. Perona got in my face trying to talk me down as I rolled my eyes. So what are you two doing here? I came because Hawkeye told me to stay here and help you. Not sure why the skeleton's here. Brooke came in and began to smile at us. Yo ho 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 ho. Good morning everyone. As a new member of the UA staff, I shall start your days with a morning song. Brooke held his violin in place while breathing in. Rise and shine, seize the day. We held our ears for everyone to start crashing out of their bed with many panicking to what they heard. One by one the class came down to see all of us standing beside the talking skeleton. Who the heck is this guy? Kaminari shouted in annoyance as Brooke introduced himself. Why hello everyone, my name is Brooke and I'm part of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now if you young ladies would not mind showing me your panties, yeah right you pervy skeleton. Momo, Ochako, and Jiro hit him in the head for him to fall to the ground. Oh my, that attack hit me to the bone. Then again, That's not hard. 'Cause I'm a skeleton. Yo ho 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 ho. I couldn't deal with this any longer before the door opened to the Straw Hats, Smoker, Class B, and Hancock walking inside. 1. What's going on? Hiroshima asked as Smoke spoke up. All right, you Rugrats. As of today, us and 2 others will be working a new curriculum for those who wish. It'll be after school and optional. But if you take it and handle the insane level of training, you'll have skills you could only dream of. I didn't understand why this was happening, so I asked. Why is this happening? Because of these. Nami places a couple of wanted posters on the table for us to see. Wanted dead or alive. Green Demon Izuku Midoriya, 55 million. Battle Fist Itsuka Kendo, 13 million. Time Bomb Katsuki Bakugo, 12 million. Human Factory Momo Yaoyorozu, 10 million. Gravitational Ochako Uraraka, 10 million. Frog Girl Suyu Asui, 5 million. As of right now, you all are looked at as wanted men and women by the Marines. Wait, does that mean they'll be hunted by them? The Tetsu guy from Class B asked. Fortunately no. So long as they follow rules and don't become an issue here, the Marines have no ground to go after them. Many pros actually have bounties. All Might is a 2.5 billion berry bounty on his head. It's not the end of the world. Smoker explained as everyone understood the situation better. 5. To be honest, this may cause some problems in the future, but you should be fine. You might also gain an offer to become a warlord if you play your cards right. I didn't understand how for Smoker to explain. Recently, I've heard word from my sources that the Marines are doing something in this world where they're having heroes become the new 7 pirate warlords. Right now, I heard they're discussing this with Lock Rock, Hawks, as well as the rookie Kamui Woods. If you were to gain one, you could get info that Marines could in exchange for doing a few assignments they give you. If that happens, you along with any that fly under your flag hold a special kind of immunity against being arrested or attacked by Marines if you ever head to our world. I thought of this somewhat before Momo looked like she remembered something. I'll be right back. She ran upstairs to her room with all of us waiting. When she came back, she had a black flag in her hands with a Jolly Roger painted on it. 2. What is this? The unofficial Jolly Roger of the Green Demon Pirates. I made it last night thinking you might need one. I put in elements that would be able to show off yourself as well as ways to prove what your main weapon of choice is. Ahahaha. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Monoma began to laugh before I hit him in the gut with the sheath of one of my swords. You're lucky that the sword was in the sheath. If I had half a mind to, I'd have done it with the sword out. I grabbed the flag and asked Momo to make a few pins. She made and gave me them for me to put the flag up near the guy's side. As of today forward, this flag will represent my declaration of war upon any that choose to harm my friends and those I care about. Any that do either, will need to answer to me. Any objections? I shouted while slamming my hand on the flag for most of my class along with Itsuka to cheer. He's a born natural in attaining the respect of his peers. That can be either good or bad. Hancock stated this with her, Smoker, and the Straw Hats leaving. During lunch, the day continued with it being relatively normal for the most part. Aizawa mentioned that those part of the raid did a good job as well as had told Sue that Recovery Girl was able to do the tattoo that she had requested over the area where her Arlong pirate tattoo was. I didn't know what it was she wanted, but it was her body and I'm sure this was more to forget the memories of being their captive. The rest of the day continued as it normally did with lunch coming and Sue joining the 5 of us up on the roof to eat. Unknown to most of us, Corona followed us for some reason and hid behind a wall to listen. Doesn't she know it's rude to eavesdrop? I ignored it and started a conversation with everyone. So it seems Hatchin and Kami are happy with their jobs as assistants to Lunch Rush. I ran into Papagu before. He said that they were very happy as well as Lunch Rush for the help ribbit. 1. I glanced over to see a bandage over Sue's arm. So what type of tattoo did you get? She pulled the gauze off to reveal the Jolly Roger Momo made. Since I got a bounty as well as I owe you everything for helping save me, I might as well side with you if you ever do become a pirate. Damn frog, that's pretty shitty of you to think this nerd's gonna become a loser pirate. Kachin started to laugh a bit before Sue looked over at Momo, Itsuka, and Ochako. They nodded for her to say something while I was eating. Midoriya, would it be possible for us to date? PFFFT. The shock was so amazing that I unintentionally spat my food on Fluffy, who just ate it off his face. What? I talked to Momo, Ochako, and Itsuka. Since the first day, I was kinda interested in you, with the incident at the USJ kinda making itself more known. But after the recently, I kinda became smitten with you. Sue started to get a bit of a blush for me to look at the girls. You know about this? They nodded. So are you three okay with it? I mean, you're my girlfriends too, and it's not fair that she does this if you're not okay with it. She said this to us this morning with Bakugo coming down. Momo said this while eating some of her food. Yeah. She was so worried when she'd tell us that she wanted to know first off if we'd have an issue with someone else joining first. Fluffy. Don't take my food. Burp. Trust me, we're fine with it. Also, the fact that we can boast you have more game than Bakugo is worth the extra person. Itsuka laughed to only anger our blonde friend. What you say, cow tits? ? I can take you down right here and now. You wanna go Pomeranian? ? Just remember WHO has the larger bounty between US. That's it. You and me right now. What's stronger? My Rokushiki or your Fishman Karate or whatever the fuck it is. Bring it on, short fuse. They kept their argument up while I continues to speak with Sue. So you're okay with having 3 other girls share a single guy you're dating? I'm not against it. To be honest, you all seem to work it out for the most part. It could also be kinda fun. She smiled for me to blush a bit before going for something to eat off my plate. However, Fluffy tried to grab it as well, with me picking up the rabbit to see the piece in his mouth. You need some manners. 12. After school, third person POV. The class of 1A along with most of 1B, Shinso of General, Hatsume of Support, and the big 3 stood out in a fake city with Vlad and Aizawa standing in front. Nice to see we have a large turnout. Now let's begin explaining what will happen. Due to the recent eyes on the first years due to the incident at the sports festival and the recent battle against the pirates to give a handful bounties, the school decided to offer you all the chance to learn a trick you all can learn. Hockey, Aizawa stated while the new members of the staff came along with Hawkeye and Inko. Mom, why are you here? I was asked to help. Ahahaha. A pathetic fool from Class A has to have his mommy join the school. What's the matter? Can't do anything without your mommy. ! Monoma kept laughing before having something large and extremely heavy hit him. When the overly confident man fell, all the wind was knocked out of him with the ground cracking. What the hell is this thing? Everyone looked over to see the alleged gut Inko had was actually a weighed down fat strap to make her look less fit than she was. I may look frail, but I hold on average 2 tons on my body for most of the day. The fact I made it look like fat was more to make those who would be scared of me less, since I'd look like an innocent woman. 8. Izuku couldn't believe it. His mother was literally strong enough to carry more than him and does it so well. I didn't know your mom was so cool, Itsuka said as he replied. Either did I. Starting today, you all will train with Mrs. Midoriya here and become able to use hockey. As a demonstration of what you can do with it, I'd like you all to come at her and try to take her on. Monoma finally got out from the weight he had before touching some of his classmates to come at Inko. She dodged this with little issue before putting the palm of her hand out mere inches from his chest before the bolt was sent flying in the opposite direction. He landed and was knocked out for everyone to start charging the woman. The attacks were relentless, with many hearing her say where the attack was coming from before countering. The closest someone got to making a dent on the green-haired woman was a guy in Class B who had a quirk to make blades out of his body. This was unfortunately broken when Inko hardened her body with armament hockey and beat the lesson into the young man. Once the nightmare ended, the 6 from the hour-long fight, the big 3, Shinso, Jiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Ashido and Iida from Class A, and Shiozaki of Class B was left. Izuku pulled all 3 of his swords out with everyone preparing for a fight. Kachin, shave. Bakugo disappeared and reappeared behind Inko to attack. Tempest kick. He sent an air pressure attack at Inko for her to dodge before Itsuka came up to give a fishman karate attack. 5000 brick fist. The attack was caught by Inko before she was slid a distance. Not bad, Itsuka. Jinbei taught you well. This was cut short by Momo trying to attack from behind with the green-haired mother ducking and giving a solid punch towards her. Sue grabbed the attack with her tongue while Ochako came in second gear to attack. Jet Fist. Inko evaded and used Sue's tongue to wrap up both Momo and Ochako to send them into Itsuka. Izuku and Bakugo came at her right after with a combination attack. 5,000 deadly sins. The two let loose a barrage of attacks at Inko for her to jump up and be met by a spiraling shockwave. 6. The three members of the Big Three came at her all at once for Inko to cover her entire body with haki and attack all three. The one who was really surprised by this was Tagata, who tried to use his quirk with it supposed to phase through. This didn't, however, and hit the blonde in the face, sending him into the ground. Vines immediately came out of the ground with Ashido, Juro, and Kaminari doing a frontal attack. Out of sheer strength, Inko severed the vines and held her hand up to block the attack completely in its tracks. Just what the heck is this woman? Kaminari shouted while Kirishima tried to punch Inko and be let with her fist covered in haki. The hit went through the redhead's quirk and broke his hand to make him wince in pain. As everyone tried to do a final attack all together, Inko let out a massive burst of Conqueror's haki to give a shockwave and sending everyone into a wall, proving they didn't stand a chance against her. 2. Now that you all see what haki can do, it is up to you if you'd wish to progress with this or not. For those that do, you will be out through hell far more difficult than this every day after school here. Dismissed. Aizawa stated this as everyone slowly got up to limp to the changing room. Dude, just what is your mom? Kirishima asked while Izuku questioned this himself. I don't know, but I'm keeping at this no matter what. Some people agreed with Izuku, while most thought to just give up since this was only a glimpse of the torment they'd be going through. Izuku Pav. The day started early for me to start getting up and going for a bit of training. I grabbed my blades and headed out the door. While getting to the training grounds, I started to think about what happened yesterday and how badly I screwed up. But the thing that got me was what Recovery Girl said at her office in regards to haki attacks. Flashback to the day before. The fuck do you mean you can't heal us? Kachin shouted at Recovery Girl for her to hit him with her cane. Show some respect, young man. Haki isn't something that I can just heal. We all looked at her for a moment as she explained. As you all know, my quirk allows me to use your own stamina to heal you. However, haki-based attacks are more complicated since it hinders your ability for me to heal you for some reason. My best assumption is that it can damage your energy flow in some way. Debating over how it works though can take forever. The important thing is, I can't heal you. That explains why I couldn't be healed from Hawkeye when I was cut the first day. I thought about this while the blonde guy Tagata asked another question. How could I get hit though? I was intangible when Mrs. Midoriya hit me. Well, haki is somewhat special. It's one of the only real ways you can touch those who possess the ability to transform into certain things due to it hitting the real body instead of the compound they are at the moment. Try to think of it as, she was able to touch you because she bypassed the natural rules of your quirk, as how this would happen if those who learned haki would face a devil fruit user with Logia-type powers. Recovery Girl walked away with Hawkeye walking in. Midoriya, a word. I came out of the infirmary to walk out into the hallway for Hawkeye to speak. I'd like to have you make a pirate crew. Preferably with the members of those who will stay in the special courses. Why? Because there's trouble growing. He passed me a list of wanted posters to look through them. Inside were names such as Eustace Kid, Jewelry Bonnie, Killer, and a bunch of others. 2 that caught my eye made me go pale. 2. Why are you giving me these names? This is a list of all the pirates that have come to this world from the Grand Line. Thanks to your little fight, some of the worst have come into the world due to the lack of security. I point at one in particular that I wanted answers with. Why is Doflamingo out of jail though? I heard he was put in Impel Down after being beaten in Dressrosa by the Straw Hats and Law. I do not know, but I'm concerned about him and Teach. Both are dangerous people that if they gain a footing in this world, it would spell bad news for both Marine and Hero alike. I moved over to the wanted poster of Blackbeard, the man that killed the world's strongest man and took his devil fruit. Marshall D. Teach. 10. Back to present. I guess things are going to get more dangerous with the stakes of losing getting higher. I pulled out Kandane out of its sheath to slash a tree down the middle. The stakes are getting higher. That means I need to get stronger no matter what. I pulled out Chujutsu next to cut a boulder nearby. No matter what, I need to get better with Haki. It's the only way I'll stand any chance. I then activated OFA and infused Haki in my blades to cut the boulder and tree into pieces. Still not good enough. Until I can master armament Haki, I won't stand a chance in a real fight with Doflamingo, let alone Blackbeard and his crew. Third person POV. Izuku continued training as best he could with Haki before hearing something come flying at him. He jumped away for a huge crater and dust cloud to be made. The hell was that? Going to the center of the fresh indent in the dirt, Izuku found a small flimsy arrow. Where'd this come from? Before he could get an answer, more arrows came at him for the green-haired boy to dodge and try to find the location of the attacker. He stormed over to use his blades to attack the enemy with them holding a blade of their own. Izuku pulled back and noticed it was a woman in animal skin and a white cloak. "Who are you, and why are you attacking me?" The woman didn't answer his question to only reply with one short phrase. "I don't need to answer that to a man." She came at Izuku again for him to notice she was infusing armament Haki into her attacks to try and do the same. For a girl that looks like she doesn't know of modern culture, she's good. He thought this while narrowly having himself get bitten by a snake to get the unknown attacker to jump back with the serpent stiffening into a bow with a line from its tail to its neck. So the snake's not only a companion that can fight on its own, it's also her weapon. Die Trespasser. She let loose several attacks to make Izuku avoid them and use the dust cloud as a cover. Where did he go? The woman looked around before Izuku presented himself behind her back with his two blades in a striking position. Two-sword style technique. Strike of the vengeful tiger. She looked back with just enough time to hold her blade up to defend. This however led with a crack coming into the weapon when the two collided. Enough of this immediately. The two looked over to notice Hancock standing in front of them with Hawkeye. "Marguerite, why are you attacking Midoriya? He trespassed on the area we deemed ours." "What the hell are you talking about? I've been training here since the day we started the dorm system." Big talk from a man that almost had his head full of arrows. Says a woman that almost lost hers. Both kept going at one another before Hancock shouted again. "Enough, both of you." Both stiffened to face front without wanting to anger the female pirate again. "Marguerite, apologize to Green Demon this instant. He is an ally to Luffy and we must treat him with respect as both that and a student under our protection." Marguerite looked at Izuku amazed before asking for confirmation. "You're really the Green Demon?" "Yeah." She held an irritated face before apologizing. "I'm sorry I attacked you." She walked away with Hancock to leave Izuku there with his father for some insight. Just who was that girl? A member of the Kuja Pirates. An all-female pirate crew led by Boa Hancock. I'm certain Uraraka can fill you in on them and their stereotype against men. He walked away with Izuku looking down to see the broken sword of the pirate. 3. Whoever she wasn't half bad in Haki. At lunch, "You wanna know about the Kuja's ideology of men?" Ochako asked while eating some rice with Fluffy on her lap eating a piece of meat Hatchin gave him. "Yeah, I ran into one in the forest this morning that kinda had a grudge against me for some unknown reason. Hawkeye said it was 'cause I was a man and that I should ask you for clarification." Ochako stopped for a moment with Fluffy going for her bowl before she swatted his paw as a way to say no. Well, the Kuja are female Amazon warriors that for the most part, live on an island with little to no interaction with the outside world. The members there follow a rule of if a man were to step foot on the island, they would kill them on the spot. Fucked up if you ask me. Sounds more like they're some type of crazy feminists that believe all men are the fucking devil. 2. Itsuka, Sue, and Momo didn't seem to enjoy Kachan's joke so much, with it not exactly being something I wanted to jump into either to just continue on. So they aren't that fond of men to begin with, and their rule is an example of it. Yes, when I would have a conversation about you or Bakugo, most would not exactly be too fond of it, with only a few actually caring to hear. They said it was cause of Straw Hat that they're up for giving a chance. So they're a bunch of women taught from a young age that men are evil. Can't really blame them if that's the case. Midoriya, I have an offer for you. I glance over to see my dad and some girl that had pink dreadlocks. If you're hooking me up with someone, take it up with the girls. I motion to the girls with them giving a no. That is not what I am offering. I am offering for you to have a Mei Hatsume. Pleasure to meet Cha. The girl seemed too enthusiastic while explaining herself. I came because I heard you're looking for someone to help with maintenance and also a possible shipwright. How about you let me on board and I'll make you a ship that will sail across the world just like the Thousand Sunny and the Oro Jackson. So what do you say? Wanna have me as your crew member? Do you? 10. She seemed really intense with the offer for me to look at everyone as they were just as lost as me. Fine, but I do need to talk to you all outside about this. Everyone got up with me dragging Hatsume out with us to talk in an empty stairwell. I then explained the pirates that came in from the Grand Line and the fact we need more strength in our group if we plan to live with Hawkeye, saying it was important for us to make a crew. So that's about it. Everyone was somewhat amazed before Sue asked a question. Do you have any specific people in mind to ask for a role in this ribbit? Well, I was hoping to ask members of our extracurricular activity for those that remain. I say a week or two and we'll talk to them. I do though want to ask the big three as well as someone like Todoroki. With him on, I'm sure we'll have some strength. If we're throwing names out, I might have someone we could put on as well. We turned to Itsuka as she explained who she had in mind. Abara Shiozaki, a member of my class who's also really strong, as you all have seen in the sports festival. Her quirk is very powerful and could come in handy with people like Doflamingo and Kid if we run into them. If I can't get the chance to today, do you mind starting a conversation with her in regards to this? No worries. We headed off to the classroom with the feeling of somebody listening to us being felt. I turned for a moment to see what looked like some kind of ghost before seeing it disappear again. At the special lessons, all right, today I shall assist with you all today, Hancock mentioned while looking at us all. The majority of Class B with a lot of Class A left this lesson after yesterday forced to be dropped from 44 down to about half of that. Starting today, I shall help you all get in touch with armament hockey. As assistants, my Amazon sisters will be paired up with you all. Ochako Uraraka, you shall be paired with me. However, we were paired in groups with me, seeing the girl that attacked me this morning being paired with me. We meet again, I see. I glanced over for the woman to seem somewhat annoyed. Look, about this morning. I didn't know you were friends with Luffy and also dating Ochako. The Snake Empress also said that we were in the wrong for taking your training grounds, so I apologize. Should apologize about breaking your weapon too. Nice use of hockey, by the way. Thanks. She seemed to be a little more calm after this, first to start training with a few practice blades I had, since this was more for practicing the basics. So how much do you know about hockey? Enough to understand the basics. I covered the practice sword in armament hockey for Marguerite to smirk. So then let's try and get your ability to cover that longer. We had the day focused solely on fighting using hockey to try and help me grow a bit. The lady seemed to know her stuff rather well. It almost had me question if I should ask her to be part of my crew. Meanwhile, at the Yaoyorozu estate, third-person POV. Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu were sitting across a table looking at some papers with a man in front of them. Well, it seems your paperwork is all in order and you do have some history in piracy. As such, that would make us question if you're trustworthy. I left my life of piracy behind when the Don Quixote family fell years ago. All I want to do is live a life of peace and quiet. The two smiled, understanding the issues that the man was facing, to agree with him. Very well. We'll have you work with our workers for a few weeks for your tasks and go from there with if we can trust you. I hope you don't have any ill will towards this. You gotta do what you gotta do, sir. The man agreed while bowing his head. All right, it doesn't seem to be any problem after this. Welcome aboard, Bellamy the Hyena. 2. I gave up the nickname the same day this tattoo on my chest stopped having meaning. Very well, allow us to show you to where you'll change. As they walked down, Bellamy noticed a picture of Momo as well as Izuku and the rest of their group. You have a daughter, I'm guessing. Oh yes, her name is Momo, the girl with the black hair in the ponytail. She goes to UA and is also friends with one of the strongest swordsmen we've ever seen. She looks like she's a nice girl. She is. She makes me proud to call her my daughter. As with me, the two parents were rather prideful to have Momo in their lives to make Bellamy have a reminder of an agreement long ago with one of his closest allies. In here will be where you can change. You can set your street clothes to the side and we'll have them cleaned and given back to you at the end of the day. Thank you. The door was shut with Bellamy pulling out a small piece of paper to remember the day he got it. Something tells me you'd like the kid, Straw Hat. I wonder if we'll ever meet again. Momo Pav. It had been a few days since the addition of Hatsume to Izuku's crew had happened, with today being a weekend. Izuku had a match at his dojo to keep his title as greatest swordsman in Japan, with Ochako, Su, and Itsuka joining him. Bakugo said he wanted to talk to a few of our classmates of possibly having them join our crew to make us more powerful. I wasn't sure why, but Izuku wanted to add as many as he could to our group of pirates. I was certain there had to be a reason behind it, so I wasn't so irritated by it. Hatsume on the other hand said she had a project first that she's working on. This comment came when a piece of wood from the Atom Tree came in. I did a little research and found out that this wood was used for the base frame of both the Thousand Sunny and Oro Jackson and didn't exactly come cheap. I could only think what she's doing and hope that I'm right. Since I had no plans, I decided to head home and talk to my mother and father. As I entered the grounds, I was met by a man with blonde hair who seemed new to the staff. You're the Yaoyorozu's daughter, I'm guessing. Yes, my name is Momo. Mr. You don't need to add the Mr. Just Bellamy is fine. Bellamy. Where have I heard that name before? We walked inside with the name still escaping me. I knew his name, but didn't know where from. Maybe I read it somewhere. I stopped when I found out and shouted. Bellamy the hyena. Geez kid, you're too loud. He held his ears with me still panicking. Yes, I was once known as the hyena. Am I still a pirate? No, I gave up the life years ago. He seemed calm about this with my mind still going a mile a minute. What happened? How are you here? Why did my parents hire you? To put it simply, some stuff is happening on the Grand Line and thanks to your little stunt with the Arlong pirates. Which, since we're on that topic, nice job taking them down by the way. Thank you. To make a long story short, me and a bunch of pirates found our way into this world thanks to the Marines being more focused on that. I went through more as a way to make a new life. As long as we behave, pirates can be granted immunity from their past aggression as long as we're in this world. But we can still be arrested by Marines if we go back to where we came from or cause some problems here. Kinda like how heroes can be arrested by the Marines if they travel through the gate of the Grand Line. So you came to this world to seek immunity? Yes, start a new life, one where I don't have to be worried about the Marines finding and arresting me on the spot. I answered an ad in the paper about your parents looking for help and here we are. His story seemed believable. From what I remember reading from Nami's log, Bellamy did turn around to the point I wanted to believe this was the case. Maybe I shouldn't put any pressure on him. We went into the main hall where my parents were waiting happily for me. Momo, it's nice to see you again. My father and mother had gotten up to hug me before we sat back down. Bellamy had began pouring tea first with my mother speaking first. So, how have things been? Very nice. And with that boy you're dating? Things are going rather well. Father had smiled before placing his tea to the side. When I had heard you were dating a boy with 2 other girlfriends, I was skeptical at first. Please father, Izuku isn't one that would take advantage of me. He treats me very well. Speaking of him, where is your boyfriend today? He had a match against a foreigner that wanted to take his title as greatest swordsman in Japan. He did want me to apologize and say he'll try to find another way to meet the two of you in the future. I glanced over to see Bellamy freeze while pouring tea over the cup's rim and on his hand. You're dating the green demon of Mustafar. He came back to reality to wince in pin at the hot tea. My apologies sir, I was surprised. It's all right, I had a bit of shock when I heard this as well. I'll get something to clean up the tea. As Bellamy left, my father brought out a packet of papers. Father, what do you have there? Wanted posters. I'm not fully aware if you realize this or not, but you and your group of friends accidentally brought some big names into this world from the Grand Line. Bellamy mentioned that before but didn't go into as much detail. Who exactly came though? Father handed me the posters. It might benefit you to see who exactly. Going down the list, I started to look at the names and the bounties. Jewelry Bonnie, Eustace Captain Kidd, Killer, Gecko Moria, the former warlord. Dos Bones, Crocodile. That's a dangerous one. I stopped when I flipped to the next to go pale. This has to be a mistake. I was under the impression Doflamingo was in jail. I was just as amazed as you, but he escaped and is rebuilding his empire in this country. If he succeeds, Japan may find itself under his thumb. I heard something drop to see Bellamy in shock. He's out of prison. He seemed scared beyond belief with his breathing going rampant. Sir, you need to get rid of your devil fruits now. If he finds out you have a collection of them in here, he'll be at ease. Bellamy, we're protected by the Marines. You don't understand, sir. Doflamingo was able to overcome many obstacles that no normal pirate could because of what he is. Since I've met Bellamy, he didn't strike me as the paranoid type to make this start to scare me. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a world noble. The windows of our house broke open for a bunch of thugs to come in. All right, buddy, make this easy and give us the devil fruits. You do and we might let you walk away without getting too roughed up. Bellamy immediately sprung at the guy with his feet turning into springs to knock him back outside. You wanna hurt the people here, then you'll have to go through me. My Bellamy, you've truly become quite the stubborn one since we've last met. The sound of someone pouring tea was heard first to see a guy with blonde hair and tan skin sipping from a cup. The strangest thing about him though was a pink feathered coat and sunglasses he wore. 1, 2, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. So this is the former pirate warlord that took over Dressrosa. I readied myself for a fight before my father called for some of our workers to prepare to fight as well. But just as we were about to, a strange wave of energy came out to send shivers down my spine and knock out everyone but me and Bellamy. Third person Pav, seems you both have more nerve than the rest of these fools. Doflamingo began laughing to spook Momo. What did he just do? He used Conqueror's Haki. Seems your will was strong enough to overpower it. So he's just like Izuku's mom. That's scary. Doflamingo began walking over towards the two before pulling Momo close to him. So, I hear you're this family's daughter. You wouldn't happen to know where I can find the devil fruits here, would you? Dof Lamingo. Bellamy prepared for a strong attack by condensing his legs and arms. He released the pressure in his legs to aim right at Doflamingo's head with his fist pulled back. Spring Death Knock. He released the pressure to see a shockwave through the area from the impact. Thinking he did something, Bellamy gabbed Momo and sprang back to a safe distance. Where do you think you're going? As if he was floating, Bellamy was held in the air with no exact reason why. What's happening? It's his devil fruit. This feeling is all too familiar to me. Threads almost so small they were invisible to the naked eye reflected around them holding the former pirate in place. Bellamy dropped Momo and glanced at the pirate behind him. Quite a strong punch Bellamy, but the power lacked finesse. Thread bullet. Doflamingo's finger shot a small piece of thread to go through Bellamy's chest and through the wall in the direction. Gah. Unable to move, the butler to the Yaoyorozu family could only glance at Momo in fear. Get out of here. As long as he doesn't get his hands on the devil fruits in your family's possession, we win. I'm not leaving you here to die. Momo made a metal pipe and covered it with haki. I may not have the skills in haki like Izuku, but I can at least fight. She came charging at Doflamingo ready to take him down for the giant man to cover his arm in haki to block her hit. So you wanna play hero? That's fine, 'cause I can take you down just as easily. The two began a major fight with Momo holding her own for the most part against the former warlord to prevent him from getting a good hit on her. However, he was able to get cuts parts of her body as well as on her face and shoulders before seeing an opening to hit Doflamingo's side. She thought she did some damage before he began to laugh. Was that your best shot? That was nothing. Bellamy was able to free himself again only to watch Doflamingo grab and slam Momo's head into the ground and dent the floor. Kid. He ran over and used his devil fruit to bounce around as fast as he could while channeling haki in his fist. Spring. Snipe. He was caught however by Doflamingo clearly unfazed. That trick wasn't really cute the first time I saw it. What makes you think it would work now? Bellamy was grabbed and brought to the ground before his arm was twisted and dislocated to cause immense pain. Leave him alone. Momo shot a few rounds from a gun she made at Doflamingo to hit him in vital areas. When reality hit her that she might have killed someone, she panicked before seeing the threads put Doflamingo back together. No way. 3. Doflamingo smiled while sending thread bullets to hit Momo in her stomach and shoulder. She spat up a bit of blood before kneeling down in pain. What's wrong, kiddo? Can't play with the big dogs like you thought. She started to make another weapon before getting kicked in the face by the tall pirate. You and that pirate group of yours think you're really something for taking down those fishmen. Well, I got news for you. Those thugs are a dime a dozen where I'm from. Compared to the real powers of the world, you and those fools you call friends are nothing more than children playing pirate with no chance of playing with the big boys and girls. Yet somehow, you kids think you can do some extraordinary things. Take that idiot that thinks he'll beat Hawkeye for example. When I heard he was trying to be the greatest swordsman in the world, I just laughed and laughed until it hurt my sides. How stupid can one get? This comment enraged Momo as she created a staff and covered it in hockey to constantly swing at Doflamingo. Shut up, shut up, shut up. She was enraged to the point she didn't want to hear anything else. What makes you think Izuku won't achieve his goal? He is the most dedicated and noble person I've ever met. No matter what happens, he always tries to get back up and refuses to be put down. The likes of you would never understand that. She attacked one last time for Doflamingo to cover his hand in hockey and break the staff with little effort. How foolish. He grabbed Momo by her shirt collar and threw her into a wall before walking over and kicking her in the stomach. You think that the likes of him will be strong enough? That stupid flag he raised now is nothing more than a joke. What you're facing now is a real pirate that is strong enough to take what they want through their own power. So let me ask you, do you still think after facing the likes of me that you and that imbecile of a pirate are able to stand against the world and take what you want? Momo was struggling to breathe as she felt her entire body ache before Doflamingo was grabbed by his leg by Bellamy. You son of a... He pulled the former pirate off and kicked his face to knock a tooth out. You still hold my flag on your chest, don't you? He smiled sickeningly to push Bellamy to his back and open his shirt up to reveal the Don Quixote emblem. Since you're no longer worthy to hold my flag, I'll just take what you shouldn't now. He used his threads to rip the skin that held the emblem off to make Bellamy scream in pain. Doflamingo laughed at his agony before hearing the cling of metal behind him. I see you still don't understand, do you? No. No matter how strong you are. I'll face you. And stand strong. Momo smiled weakly before holding her staff out in determination. No matter how strong you are, I'm a green demon till the bitter end. Izuku will become the world's greatest swordsman and I refuse to let lowlifes like you say otherwise. She stormed at Doflamingo ready to face him head on while he smiled. Few hours later, Momo started to wake up with the sound of Izuku's voice. Momo, what happened? Say something. She groggily moved to see Bellamy struggling to breathe with some nurses trying to keep the bleeding on his chest under control. Doflamingo. She tried to get up, but saw her body was held down with a lot of bandages on her. Easy. You're still really hurt. We're gonna get you to a hospital soon so don't overexert yourself. Itsuka said with concern for one of her friends with the realization of her failure coming to her head. Izuku. She started to feel ashamed of herself and started to cry. I'm sorry Sniffle, I failed. He mocked you and I couldn't do anything. I've never felt more useless in my life. Izuku looked up at the symbol above Momo to feel nothing but anger towards it. 1, 2, what did the guy that came here want? Devil fruits. My best guess is Doflamingo wants to regain what Straw Hat stole from him years ago. Bellamy tried to answer with Mr. Yaoyorozu coming back. He took almost every devil fruit we had. This statement hit a nerve with Izuku. Momo, I know you're upset, but crying won't change what's done. Izuku pulled out a black cloth from his pocket with Ochako handing him some nails and a hammer. When things like this happen, the only things you can do is either sit down and cry like you're doing now, or stand up and fight to make this never happen again. Izuku nailed the cloth on to show it as the Jolly Roger Momo made for him. As of right now, this is my declaration of war on Don Quixote Doflamingo. If anyone will bring him in, it's me. This is my promise to you, Momo. I'll get the son of a bitch who did this to you and make him regret what he did. Momo saw the fire in her boyfriend's eyes to shake with happiness. Thank you. Thank you, Izuku. If you're going after Doflamingo, you might want this. Bellamy gave Izuku a small paper with an address on it. I overheard some goons that took the devil fruits say they were going to this warehouse. Be ready before going in. I will. Izuku started to walk out before Fluffy got in his way. Yipe yipe yipe. Izuku turned to Ochako for an answer for her to reply. I want to join the fight too. If these people hurt my friends, then I will fight for their honor. She says from what the small Lapon. All right. The green-haired swordsman motioned to his shoulders for Fluffy to hop on. I'm going to find the sons of bitches and give them a piece of my mind. When she's able to move, warn me so I can give back what those bastards stole. Izuku walked out with Fluffy on his shoulder ready for a fight. Get ready, Doflamingo, cause you pissed off the wrong demon. Half an hour before the declaration, Izuku Pav. After the match I had, me, Ochako, Itsuka, Sue, Fluffy and my competitor had rested in the hall watching the children practice martial arts. So now you've got people from the Grand Line looking for you. Sue was curious as I shrugged it off. I will admit it's kinda interesting. Your fighting style was also kinda unique, miss. I asked my opponent for her to smile and remind me who she was. It's Rebecca. My apologies for forgetting it. None at all. However, you seem to be rather respectful during the fight. She explained as she noticed me pull weights off my body before even starting the match and bowing to her after I won. I grew from the bottom and reached my height not holding anything back. If my opponents won't hold anything back, then it's only fair that I don't. Rebecca seemed to be rather impressed by this comment. That's very noble of you. So why did you wanna fight Izuku? Ochako questioned for our new friend to explain. I'm actually here for diplomatic reasons with my country of origin, Dressrosa. When I heard of a powerful swordsman in this country that accepted duels, I couldn't help myself being a former gladiator. She's a gladiator. Impressive. What kind of business was it? I asked while sipping from my drink. You're just gonna ignore she's a diplomat. The girls shouted in amazement. Princess. Actually, that's even worse. The two of us kinda laughed before Rebecca continued. I actually had dealings with the Yaoyorozu family. I was planning to go over there after our match was over to discuss it. Oh, maybe we can head over there together. I'm actually dating their daughter as well as these three ladies. We walked out of the dojo and onto the streets towards the Yaoyorozu's estate. Rebecca seemed astonished before making a comment. So you are dating a total of 4 women. And I believed my country held passionate people. Fluffy jumped off Ochako's shoulder when he saw 2 sticks to pick up and start practicing using 2 weapons. Looks like Fluffy's interested in swordsmanship. He did kinda have sparkles in his eyes when watching you go head to head with Rebecca. Ochako started to laugh while Fluffy put the sticks to his side and bowed as if he was paying respect. Maybe we can have a sword-wielding Lapon soon. 3. We continued our journey to the estate and noticed a wall blown open to it. This doesn't look good. We jumped through the wall to see several of the workers injured and on the floor. Momo. I ran in the house with Sue, Ochako and Itsuka behind me to find Momo on the ground and a man getting up that looked like her father. Ow. What happened? Momo. I ran as fast as I could when I saw her badly hurt and bleeding. Back to the present. I walked out of the mansion with Fluffy on my shoulder going towards the location the blonde offered me. On my way out, I grabbed a metal pole Momo made and wrapped some cloth around it that was used to stop some of her bleeding. Get ready, Doflamingo. I'm coming to get those devil fruits back and give you a piece of my mind. So you really are going after Doflamingo? Rebecca stopped me to make certain for me to nod. I suggest you don't fight him. You are strong and that's for certain, but Doflamingo isn't someone you should anger. Even among the former 7 warlords, he wasn't someone to trifle with and let you get away with it. He was not afraid to kill someone who spoke against him as an example, and I do not believe he will take kindly to you taking back what he worked hard to steal. Honestly, I don't care if he does. This is a matter of me doing what's right and making this bastard know not to screw with people that I love and care about as well as those who just want to do good. Our new friend held her head down, realizing I'm not budging. Sigh, I cannot stop you, can I? No. There was a silence before Rebecca spoke again. Very well. As a member of the kingdom in which Doflamingo is originally from and a member of the royal family he nearly destroyed, I am forced to come along to assist where needed. Fine. But unless I ask for help, I don't want you to interfere. I understand. We walked through the city towards the docks where the address was. At the docks, third-person POV. As Izuku, Fluffy and Rebecca came upon the warehouse that the address pointed out to them, Izuku used his knowledge on observation haki to glance inside without opening the door. 100 men. No. 200. None of them seemed to fit the strength of Doflamingo from what I was told. He's probably out right now. Perhaps that can work to our advantage. Izuku handed Fluffy 2 small pieces of metal for the lapon to hold them like swords. You ready to knock some heads in, Fluffy? *BWAA. Izuku took that as a yes before cracking his knuckles and activating armament haki on his arms. 1. Knock knock. He punched the door down in one go for everyone inside to look towards the door. Who the hell are you? A thug pointed a gun at Izuku and Fluffy with the green-haired boy's eyes showing an emotionless hate in them. You bastards are gonna pay for stealing from the Yaoyorozus. Shot the bastard. The thugs started firing on Izuku and Fluffy for the young swordsman to use observation haki to dodge the shots and charge at the first thug he saw. He used the tip of the staff to hit right in the center of his stomach and drop the man to the ground. Kill him. Izuku immediately took action and took down thugs one after the other before having Fluffy jump off and assault some of the goons as well. When one attempted to slice Izuku down the middle with a giant axe, he split the staff in 2 to have Izuku coat both in haki and shatter the axe with one hit. Izuku struck each thug he came across in the head, collarbone, side or kneecap, while Fluffy did a similar act with the head and kneecaps, but adding in the pelvis area to help level the more physically adapted goons. 1. 2 Staff Style Secret Technique. Izuku held the 2 parts of the staffs like knives before charging at about 20 thugs. Charging Bull. With brute strength alone, Izuku sent every goon flying in his path. In a way to mimic it, Fluffy did the same act on 4 goons to have them fall to the ground in pain. One of them wasn't down completely, however, to try and attack the small lapon. Die, you damned rabbit. Seeing this, Izuku felt a wave of energy come out of him and stop the guy. He collapsed after for all the thugs to be taken down. Unbelievable. With only a lapon as backup, you defeated an army of thugs like it was nothing. Rebecca walked in, met one impressed, knowing Izuku's only real weapon was a metal staff Momo made. The green-haired boy walked through the warehouse before seeing crates full of strange fruits of numerous unique features. 10 to 1 these are them. I don't know if they have all of them here, but it's a start. Before leaving, Izuku heard a strange noise coming from what looked like a snail. The heck is this thing? It is a transponder snail. They are used for communication where I am from. Izuku picked up the snail to press the button Rebecca said could answer it. About time you picked up. I'm on my way back. I have a buyer for the devil fruits that would pay top dollar for them. That's Doflamingo. Rebecca whispered this for Izuku to smile. Hello Doflamingo. I'm sorry, but your goons here are out of commission for now. The snail was silent before smiling. Well, that's quite interesting. So who do I have the pleasure of speaking to? The Green Demon of Mustafar. Captain of the Green Demon Pirates and the next to inherit the title of world's greatest swordsman, Izuku Midoriya. And just so you know, I'm taking these devil fruits you stole back to the Yaoyorozus. The snail remained silent before Izuku hung up. Across the city, Doflamingo looked at the snail with the veins on his forehead showing themselves. This little smart-mouthed punk thinks he'll tell me what to do. I'll make him regret the day he was born. He walked out of the alley where he was to be met by Hawkeye and Inko standing by both corners. If I was you, I'd avoid picking a fight with him. For if you do, you'll have not only myself and the Green Devil over here to deal with, but your former warlord ally Hancock, the Straw Hats, and even some of the biggest names in this world to deal with. 1. Hee. Hello Hawkeye. And what makes you think you both can stop me? The former warlord felt an immeasurable amount of pressure with the feeling of certain death beside him to see Inko prepared to kill him. For the first time in a while, the former warlord felt actual fear for himself. Very well, the brat lives, but the next time he meddles in my affairs, I'll show him why you don't anger me. 3. Before he could leave, however, Hawkeye stopped Doflamingo to get some information. How did you leave Impel down? You were at the lowest level, locked away with no chance of leaving. There had to be an inside informant for you or something. Oh Hawkeye, you seem to be missing a small thing with this. Nobody in this world can easily be trusted. Even the Marines aren't innocent in this world. Till next time. Old friend. Doflamingo left with both mother and father looking at each other, having respect for the fact Izuku did what he thought was right. 1 hour later at the Yaoyorozu estate, Izuku paused. After returning the devil fruits, the Yaoyorozus were beyond happy with my act to not stop thanking me. What you have done is nothing short of a blessing, Izuku Midoriya. You have not only taken back what was stolen from us, but you have also given those who cannot hold a quirk of their own in this world a chance at accomplishing a dream for themselves. It's not that big of a deal. As long as the devil fruits are used for the right thing, I'm fine fighting for what's right. Still, I believe we should at least reward you for what you've done. Mrs. Yaoyorozu said this for me to try and back out of it. You really don't have to. I just did what any hero in my position would. Please, Mr. Midoriya, at least accept this as the least bit of how we can express our gratitude. Mr. Yaoyorozu gave me a small chest with it opening to a devil fruit with what looked like flames on it. 9. This devil fruit is a Logia type called the Flame fruit. It was once used by the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, as well as the former member of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. It gives the user the ability to become fire itself. Though I don't wish to impose it on you, I think you would be able to find someone who could live up to the legacy of the Fire Fist with it. 16. I looked at the fruit before looking back at Mr. Yaoyorozu. Sir, this is too great of a gift. I can't take it. Please. After everything you've done for us and what we wish to do, this is the least we can offer you. Even if you're not the one to hold the power, we know for a fact that you'll find someone worthy of it. Hearing this, I felt bad denying it to be put in an irritating spot. I still don't think I should, but I'm honored to think you are willing to accept me to find someone to or hold this devil fruit myself. The girls noticed that it was getting kinda late with us having to head back to the dorms soon. Well, I hate to cut this short and leave, but we need to leave for the school or we'll get in trouble for being late. Understandable. Until we meet again, Momo. It was also very nice meeting you all. Itsuka, Ochako, Tsuyu, Fluffy, Izuku. We left with Rebecca staying to do what she came here to do for her country. As we walked down the street, Momo seemed to have some difficulty walking. Need a shoulder. I offered my shoulder for her to lean on, with her accepting it. I'm sorry you have to do this. Even the best of us need a little help at times. There was a silence in the area before I spoke up. I couldn't find Doflamingo, but I promise I'll take him down as a way to help avenge you. Don't. I looked at Momo to see a fire in her eyes. I wanna be the one to take him down. He looked down on me and Bellamy to belittle us, to the point having someone else fight for me makes me sick to my stomach. Though it is flattering you'd wish to do this for me, I need to take him down myself and avenge myself. It's the only way my pride can allow this. I smiled, understanding that this is something she'd want to take on herself. So where are you going to go from here? Wanting to take down Doflamingo is well and good, but means nothing if you can't get stronger. She thought for a moment before answering. I'll try and find something. We got back to campus to see a strange bat on top of Heights Alliance. The hell is that thing doing up there? We walked in to see Kachin with the big three beside him. Oi Deku. We got 3 more people on our crew. No Touch, Emo, and Airhead said they'd join. I came over to see them agree to this before noticing a letter addressed to me. I got mail. Yeah, some weird bat thing came and gave the letter. What's it about? Hato asked for me to open it and read the contents. When I was done, I pondered what it said and what to do about it. Izuku, where'd the letter come from? Itsuka asked for me to look at the seal on the side. The world government. The room was silent to the point a pin could drop and be heard. What? I showed the seal of the world government before Sue panicked a bit. What did they want, Ribbit? Says here, they want me to join the new pirate warlords. The silence in the room came back for everyone to shout in amazement. WHAAAAAATT. Perona Pav. 2. Okay Perona, just focus. All you have to do is go in, tell Midoriya you wanna join his crew, then hopefully he allows you to. Since the incident with the Arlong pirates, I've been watching Midoriya a lot more lately. He's an idiot and a bit blind to what he should do with his potential, and also a lughead like that idiot Zoro and the jerk Hawkeye. But I don't get why I'm interested in him. When I heard though that he needs to make a crew through my ghost network, I thought I could be part of his crew to help make things easier for him. Just calm yourself Perona, you don't want to sound desperate. All you're doing is going in and offering to be someone he can use in exchange for being protected by him. It's no different than Moria. I began opening the door to overhear a conversation they were having inside. Says here, they want me to join the new pirate warlords. I overheard this for those words to radiate in my head for a minute. WHAAAAT. Everyone looked over to me to see me panicking along with them. Perona, what brings you here? Midoriya asked for me to try and make up a lie. Come on Perona, think of something. I was passing through. They looked at me blankly for my own mind to be screaming at me. Why couldn't you think of a better lie? Ahem anyway, they are redoing the pirate warlords. Guess so. Midoriya looked at the letter before the blonde weirdo with blue eyes spoke up. So what are these pirate warlords anyway? Do you honestly have no brain in your skull? ? Quote. I shouted in annoyance before walking in and explaining. Allow me to explain to you all what being a pirate warlord is. To be part of them means you're a pirate that is sanctioned by the world government. As such, the bounty on your head is frozen and you're granted immunity from your crimes as a pirate. The Marines will also turn a blind eye to some low-grade tyranny from you, such as dealings in the underworld black market or attacking random sea ships in exchange for you giving them your power when called upon. Though they don't sound dangerous, these 7 aren't slouches and were hand-picked with the purpose of causing real danger when needed. As such, they created a form of balance between the Marines, themselves and the 4 emperors of the New World on the Grand Line. The Bakugo kid looked at me blankly before answering. Sounds like you're nothing but the world government's fucking lapdogs with this. Maybe, but you're also entitled to information that is held by Marines as well as the members of your crew have their bounties also frozen. As such, many pirates that fly with the warlords do it in a defense to their allies as well. Yaoyorozu began thinking of this before looking to Midoriya. What do you think about this? Do you want to accept? If everyone part of my crew benefits, then it would help us if I was part of them. You're not fucking serious, are you Deku? You'll be the Marines' dog. As much as I hate agreeing with Bakugo on this one, he has a point. Kendo pointed this out, somewhat uneasy with this as well. Yes, you can be granted immunity, but at what cost? Look, what happened during the Arlong fight? I can't forgive the Marines for putting bounties on people that don't deserve it, but right now is a bit more of an important point. If we go after Doflamingo, we're going to need every advantage we need. Not having the Marines down our necks will be important for us. Not only that, but we could also gain their assistance in this matter to help keep our strain from being over the top. What we're playing with now isn't a kid's game. This is real life. Seriously, what the heck did I miss? He's going after a former pirate warlord. He's right. We glanced at Yaoyorozu, who held her side in anger. This is the big leagues now. If we can't last out the storm, then we lose everything. Everyone was silent before Uraraka and Sue spoke. I guess we don't have much of a choice in our situation. I'm for joining if you do. Same here Ribbit. Guess that means we're now part of a crew with a warlord. Awesome. The blonde seemed really excited with a blue-haired girl, just as with a black-haired guy looking like he was gonna vomit. Ochako, can you tell Hatsume about this? It's only right she knows. On it. The group began doing other things with me able to stop Midoriya. Hey, you got a minute? Depends how quickly this'll be. It'll be quick. I brought Midoriya away from everyone to start speaking. So I overheard that you're trying to make a crew. Yeah, well, as you know, I've been kinda off the Thriller Bark crew for some time and somewhat a freelance with Hawkeye for a while. That's kinda been known. Come on, just say it. Ahem, what I'm trying to say is, perhaps we can come to a deal as to speak. In exchange for my assistance with my ghost network, perhaps you can assist in keeping me safe from the government. There was a silence between both of us before Midoriya answered. Okay. That's all it took. If my father thought you weren't worth the effort, he'd have thrown you out the second you tried to stay beside him. Also, you gave me Muramasa. That alone should help judge that you're a good person. I was silent, amazed how easily this was done. Gee, thank you. No worries. Now, there's a meeting for the new warlords in a few hours. I don't want to just walk away, but this is how things are right now. Understood. He walked away with me, finding myself alone in the room. Yes, I'm part of the Green Demon Pirates. Eat that stupid Zoro and you inconsiderate jerk Hawkeye. Suck it, Moria. 2. Few hours later, Izuku Pav. After explaining the ordeal to Principal Nezu and Mr. Aizawa, I was given authorization to wear my costume in the building where the meeting was. I walked through the doors to see a large table to sit down in one of the chairs and relax. Well, this is a surprise. I glanced over to notice Hancock walking in and taking a seat at one of the seats away from me. Seems I was not the only person from UA that was given the offer. I, however, was expecting the Marines to give your offer to Hawkeye. I heard a rumor he denied it, with them also offering a position to All Might. We looked over to see the winged hero Hawks walk in and take a seat to my right side. Don't know why both denied it. Then again, it's hard to determine what goes on in their heads. So why is a kid here? The next to enter was Lock Rock. If this is a group for the next warlords, why do we have someone who isn't even a hero or a pirate? Have you never heard of the Green Demon of Mustafar? Yukio was fifth to walk in and sit between Hawks and Hancock. Though he has not shown much merit as us, he has proven himself in different ways. So what's his bounty? Maruko walked in to take the other seat beside Hancock and Lock Rock. 55 million. There was a silence in the room before Hawks and Lock Rock started laughing at me. That's your bounty, kid. That's gotta be the lowest here by a long shot. The closes has got to be mine with a total number of 150 million. Lock Rock kept laughing before the temperature of the room got hotter, with Endeavor taking the final seat between me and Lock Rock. Seems we meet again, Green Demon. Endeavor. I guess this explains the heat rising. Seems you've all shown up. Welcome, scum of this world. A guy with what looked like a goatee smoking a cigar came in and introduced himself. 4. For those that may not know me, my name is Akainu. I'm the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. I called you all here to act as a peaceful medium between both our worlds. In exchange for your assistance in marine-related matters that we ask you to do, you 7 will be able to come to our world with no complications, as well as act as our assistants when special guests from our world come here. So that's the reason. You want us to be your guard dogs in this world. Hawks started picking his teeth while Akainu continued. Heavenly Fowl Hawks, 750 million berries. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, 780 million berries. Dragon Woman Yukio, 230 million berries. Rabbit Woman Maruko, 530 million berries. Hellfire Endeavor, 1.1 billion berries. Halting Lock Rock, 150 million berries. Green Demon Izuku Midoriya, 55 million berries. Originally, the seats of Lock Rock and Green Demon were meant for Hawkeye and All Might, but both decided to deny it. After the Arlong incident, our top brass thought it was fitting to have someone like Green Demon with that type of potential be corralled before they become a bit of trouble. Lock Rock, on the other hand, was just due to not having a better offer and someone offered him. 5. There was a silence before Maruko busted out laughing. So out of everyone here, you just got lucky and got this part. Epic fail. The rest of us kept quiet before Akainu continued. Since all of you are aware of what the perks are, I'll skip that part and go right into these. He gave a set of names that had a plus beside some. The names are those that were leaked into this world. The ones with a plus were part of an escape of Impel Down some time back. This was also why Arlong was able to escape. So your negligence is why someone I care for was put through hell and another was put through an ordeal with her parents being targeted. I gave the Fleet Admiral a death glare for him to ignore it and continue. Anyway, we shall give any assistance in finding these criminals and giving you the bounty prices on their heads. We would also like to have you and the members of your groups assist with a meeting of the nation capitals aligned with the world government called the World Summit. Nobody seemed to argue with some Marines giving us the names of who we will be assisting. Starting in 3 days, these kingdoms will come to this world and it will be your jobs to keep them safe. Be warned, I will not hesitate to kill each and every one of you if something happens to these rulers. The meeting soon ended after for me and Hancock to start heading back to UA. So, which kingdoms are you looking over? I glanced down at the kingdoms they gave me to start reading them off. The kingdoms of Dressrosa, Alabasta, Ryugu, Sakura Islands and Water 7. Water 7 is joining. Impressive. You know any of them? I asked, trying to get all the information I could. Alabasta is a desert nation. Their ruler holds the bloodline of the only member of the 20 kings that formed the world government during the blank century that didn't go and live in the holy lands of Mariajoy. Dressrosa is another one of the original 20 kingdoms, with them being a rather passionate nation, as I've heard. They are for the most part a poor kingdom, but hold more respect for peace and happiness among the common people instead of financial prosperity. The Ryugu kingdom is the home of fishmen and merfolk. They exist 10,000 meters deep under the Red Line and regularly get pirate visitors, since passing through the island is one of the only ways to get past the first half of the Grand Line. The Sakura Islands is a winter island that was originally known as the Drum Islands until their former king left the nation and they were renamed with a new king. They're known for their advancement in medical knowledge. Lastly, Water 7 is a country that lives on the water. It originally was built on the ruins of its former cities until the mayor and head of the shipwright comedy Iceberg made it more susceptible for them to live on the water. It's a nation that is well known for its ship modeling and repairs, to be one of the only few nations that both Marines and pirates go to for some mutual tools such as repairs for our ships themselves. So Dressrosa and Alabasta are big shot nations. Ryugu is the same species as Hatchin and Kami. The Sakura Islands are winter folk with knowledge on medicine, and Water 7 is a water town with amazing shipwrights. Quite the batch. Just make sure you don't do anything to cause a scene. From what I'm told, celestial dragons will also be in this meeting. Whatever you do, do not get into a fight with them under any circumstances. If you do, you could bring Japan and the Marines into an all-out war due to it. Hancock was extremely serious about stopping me from picking a fight with the celestial dragons, to the point it kinda worried me. 1. Just how much power do these celestial dragons have? 4. Meanwhile at Ua, Momo Pav. As I walked down the halls of UA, I started to think of Izuku's words about Doflamingo and what I should do. I need to get stronger. Learning hockey is well and good, but I need something more to help. The pain from Doflamingo's attacks made me remember that day and how useless I was to make my drive to be stronger more desired. I won't let that happen again. I arrived at the teacher's lounge for my hand to open the door. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing here? Mr. Aizawa asked for me to walk up directly to Mr. Snipe. Mr. Snipe, I have a request for you. And what's that? I placed a gun on the table and held my head down. Please, teach me how to use guns in a fight. I want to get stronger and this is the way I think I can. I'll become stronger. Just you wait, Doflamingo. And when I do, you're going to regret the day you escaped Impel Down. Izuku Pav. The day of the arrival of the kings in the World Government Alliance came with my group having authorization to wear their hero costumes. To add a little more help, I was able to swing to get Todoroki, Jiro and Kaminari to join in. We stood outside the campus with Aizawa making sure we were set up. Alright, starting now, you all are responsible to hold the greatest priority a hero can have. Be on your best behavior in front of the members of the other kingdoms, since you represent not only us but also the Green Demon Pirates. No sweat, Mr. Aizawa, we got this. Tagata smiled at our teacher for it not passing so well. Just make sure you don't pick fights with someone. Yes sir. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Hawkeye smirking at us before leaving. 1. So how are we getting the kingdom's leaders here? Hato questioned for the Straw Hats to come on a bus. It opened to show Jinbei driving. Climb aboard and we shall aid you in transportation. There are a few people among your group that our crew wish to say hello to. Not caring for style as much today, we all hopped on to see Luffy, Usopp and Chopper playing some games with everyone else minding their own business. Guess today's gonna be one of those days. 1 hour later. After a long and somewhat annoying ride to the pier, we arrived just as some of the rulers of the kingdoms on the Grand Line did. There was quite a crowd of people for there to be pros handling them. Look, there's one of the members of the new 7 warlords. A woman came up to me with a mic looking for a scoop. Tell me, young man, what made you join the warlords? The hope to keep my crew safe. I tried to turn away with the reporter trying to pull me back for another question. What did you do to become one of the youngest members of the warlords? I worked hard. Now can I please do my job? Just one more question. Do you have any love interests? Time to go. Izuku, Itsuka, Ochako, Momo and Sue grabbed my arms to start pulling me away. I was pretty certain this was what the woman was looking for, but I just ignored it and focused on the task at hand. Each one of us was given a sign that was the name of one of the kingdoms we were ordered to guard. I was handed one that said, Ryugu, on it to hold it up waiting for a response. One by one, the rulers came off the boats going to one of the warlords. The first to come towards us was Rebecca and a man that had dark hair and tan skin. The notable thing about him, however, was he was hopping on one leg with a rather built physique. It is great to see you again, Green Demon. This is my father, Kairos. Standing behind her, a notably older man and a woman with long dark brown hair came to us as well. I assume you are King Riku and Princess Viola. You are correct, my boy. The older man looked down at me before I bowed to show my respect. Hard to believe a child is part of the new 7 warlords. But they had given other people who were far worse for the job this mantle. Another person came to us. This time, it was a man with a rather slim frame and purple hair. I remembered seeing him in Hatsume's lab when I checked to see if I could get some peeks at her secret project. It's nice to meet you, sir. My name is Izuku Midoriya, more commonly known as Green Demon. Hello, young man. My name is Iceberg and I am the mayor of Water 7. I heard of you from my shipwright. I'm told that you're quite the talented man, Mr. Iceberg. Thank you. It's nice to know someone appreciates my work. We waited a little longer before a bunch of merfolk came. 3 looked rather young with a 4th old enough to look like their father. Meanwhile, there was a actually extremely large girl behind them. Her size outmatched everyone, but her face looked younger than the 3 men. About as young as us, to be honest. 3. Hello. My name is Neptune. Am I to believe you are this green demon we have been told about? We are the Green Demons, Your Majesty. I hope your visits are enjoyable. You seem to be rather young for a warlord, boy. Yeah, you look like you're about our sister's age, so la te do. Any chance you'd want a mambo later? The group seemed a little odd, but it was what it was. The last 2 came at the same time, with one kingdom having a man that seemed to look more like a member of the military as opposed to a king or nominated ruler. The other had a man with dark hair and a girl beside him that had light blue hair. The strangest thing about this one was that they were accompanied by a duck the size of a human. Hello. My name is Dalton. I'm the current ruler of the Sakura Kingdom. My name is Cobra, and this is my daughter Vivi and her pet Karu. 2. It's nice to meet you. Quack. Something tells me this trip will be long and confusing. All right, everyone. We have a bus down this way, if you all would please follow me. The members of the kingdoms followed me towards the bus, with the larger mermaid having to get a makeshift seat on the top. I decided to ride on top with her for Luffy to join me. Everybody strapped in. Jinbei asked for me to give a thumbs up for us on the top. Then let's get moving. We began our journey back to UA with myself, Luffy and the mermaid princess called Shirahoshi, starting a conversation. It's nice to see you again, Luffy. I thought it would be forever before I'd get to see you again. She started to tear up a bit. Don't go crying and drown us now, Wikoshi. Wikoshi, so you two know each other? Shirahoshi smiled while glancing at me. Yes, Luffy helped my family a few years back face a man that wanted to destroy our island and overthrow our nation. The members of Fishman Island owe the Straw Hat Pirates a lot because of what they did. We didn't do much. All we did was kick Horty's ass. Luffy started to laugh, with the trip going relatively fine for the next half hour. Hey Izuku. I glanced over to see Sue poking her head out of an open window. We're gonna stop for lunch. There's a nice restaurant down the road a bit that serves larger guests for the princess. Sounds good. Yay, food. Luffy shouted for joy, hearing this, for us all to get a green light. We drove a little farther before stopping at what looked like a kinda nice-sized restaurant with a door for normal and abnormally sized guests. We exited the bus to start walking in with the area being kinda packed. I leaned towards my group and explained to keep their guard up. To not attract attention, I sat at the bar trying to avert any onlookers. While there, I found myself sitting next to a guy that had a metal prosthetic with red hair and a rather aggravated look on his face. What are you staring at, kid? I realized I was staring before turning to the barkeep. I'll have what he's having. The barkeep passed me an ale and a steak for both me and the guy to take a sip of the alcohol. To me, it tasted disgusting. This drink is delicious, terrible. The two of us glared at one another before going for the steak next for the flavor to taste really good. 3. This is the best, worst steak I've ever eaten. Once again, we glared at each other for the redhead to speak. What the hell is wrong with your taste buds, kid? You can't tell good food from crappy food or something? I can tell fine. It's you who's got the shitty taste buds. Too many cigars or crap like that. Fine then. Barkeep. Give everyone a round of what we're drinking. Then give everyone 2 steaks to wash down that crappy ale. Make that 10 drinks, 20 steaks, 40, 60, 100, 200. I oughta kick your ass. The scene at the bar brought my crew to their attention with a bunch of guys that looked kinda strange joining in behind the redhead. Alright kid, time for you to see why nobody messes with me. Fine. Something tells me you're worth a pretty penny as a bounty. What's your name, stranger? Kid. We shouldn't be picking a fight after we just came here. A guy in a mask stated for the name to register with me. Eustace, Captain Kid. As I live and breathe. One of the worst generation. Which means, you must be killer. Kid smirked at me for him to finally be recognized. Too little too late to find out, kid. Now who the hell are you anyways? Green Demon of Mustafar, Izuku Midoriya. Ah, you're that new warlord I heard about. The kid who wants to play with the big dogs. Well, let me tell you something, kid. Kid picked me up by my costume to glare me into the eyes. You're playing with fire. Eventually, you're gonna get burned. Now either you go back home with your milk and cookies that your mommy laid out for you, or you get ready to get the worst beating of your life. I've taken down bigger fools than you, and most smelled better, including the fish. This made the pirate get even more enraged to pull his fist back. You're fucking dead, kid. I pulled one of my swords out before Zoro and Luffy got in between us. Straw Hat. How ya been, kid? Luffy smiled at the guy while Zoro kept me back. You both wanna fight. Why don't you do this somewhere where I don't have to worry about losing my meal? That's what you're more concerned about. Both me and Kid looked at each other before pulling away. Tonight. At the center of town. You and me, Kid. I'll show you just what happens when you mess with the worst generation. Kid and his crew left for the restaurant to clear out with everyone coming over to make sure I was okay. Are you okay, Izuku? I'm fine, Itsuka. That guy just wanted a fight, though you shouldn't have picked one with Kid. He's not the type of person who'll just leave things at that. Sanji pointed this out for Sue, Jiru and Kaminari to look a bit confused. So what is this worst generation that guy talked about, *ribbit? I pulled up a chair and explained it to them the best I could. You all know about the Grand Line enough to know there's 2 halves of it, right? The first half is called Paradise and the other is called the New World, right? I nodded at Jiru's reply. Now how the world the Grand Line operates holds is almost 90% of the planet covered in water, with most of the world consisting of multiple islands. The only large body of land is a very high piece of land called the Red Line. This cuts directly down the middle of the Grand Line and across the entire world. To get into the Grand Line, you need to enter through Reverse Mountain. After, you will pick one of many routes to take, with each leading to one specific point on the end of the first half of the Grand Line. The Saboti Archipelago. Some time back, 12 pirates with a bounty of over 100 million berries were at this place at the exact same time. These 12 would be called the Supernovas, or later named the worst generation to hold the 13th member. Marshall D. Teach, or more commonly known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Itsuka's fist began to clench the glass she had in her hand for a crack to be in it. The worst generations group held the following. The Straw Hat Captain Straw Hat Luffy, who had a 300 million bounty at the time. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro with 120 million. Captain of the On-Air Pirates, Scratchman Apu with 198 million. Captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie with 160 million. Captain of the Hawkins Pirates, Basil Hawkins with 249 million. Captain of the Heart Pirates, the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar D. Law with 200 million. Captain of the Fire Tank Pirates, Capone, Gang, Beeg with 138 million. Captain of the Drake Pirates, former Rear Admiral X Drake with 222 million. Captain of the Fallen Monk Pirates, Mad Monk Urogue with 108 million. Captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Captain Kid with a bounty of 315 million. Massacre Soldier Killer with 162 million. And last but not least, Marshal D. Teacher Blackbeard, who had no bounty at the time until his act in the War of the Best. This is going back a few years, with the bounties being on each of their heads exploding to extremely high marks because of the chaos they made in the New World. As such, their total bounties today are somewhere around the lines of almost 8 billion, with each having their own special type of chaos they create. And we're part of that group. Zoro points out for Kaminari to panic. You picked a fight with a killer. To be fair, he somewhat was involved in that too. Are you stupid? Perona grabbed me and began to shake my shoulders violently. You just picked a fight with one of the most dangerous members of the worst generation. What part of that was smart? Yeah. Not my best moment. I admitted this before Cobra got up to stand in front of me. Son. You are facing a dangerous fight. Be prepared tonight for the worst outcomes. I know. This isn't gonna be an easy fight, but I didn't take it because it was easy sounding. We finished our meals and went onto the bus to head towards Uwa with the fight still lingering in my mind. I wonder how this fight's gonna turn out. My body began to shake with excitement thinking of facing one of the worst generation. This'll be fun. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.